So, welcome to the March 16th, 2022 special meeting of the San Francisco elections. This meeting is being held in person at City Hall, room 408, One Drive, Carlton B. Goodlett Place, San Francisco, California, 94102. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, as described in the recitals of the resolution that was made available in the meeting packet, be it resolved that the Elections Commission finds as follows. 1, the state of California and the city remain in a state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic. 參與會議嘅人優先發言，跟住再到遠程參與會議嘅人士發言。等到我哋第5個議項傾完先。Number 4. Oh, okay. Never mind. Scratch that. So I call this meeting to order. Martha, do you want to take roll?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that due to the COVID-19 health emergency and to protect members, employees, and the public, all are closed. Oh, no, they are now open. It will happen remotely and in person. However, some of the members and staff remotely. This precaution is taken pursuant to the various local, state, and federal orders, declarations, and directives. Members will attend the meetings in person, and there one who is attending remotely. Public comment will be available on each item on this agenda. Each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes. Anyone attending this meeting has the opportunity. Present discussion minutes. 655-0001. Again, 655-0001. Access code is 2481-012-4026. Again, 2481-012-4026, followed by the pound sign, and then press pound again to join as an attendee. We automatically get in and listen. When item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand to be added to the public comment. Then here, raise your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the line will be silent as you wait your turn. If you are commenting in person, we will be going to get comments from the public remotely first, and then those who are in attendance can comment after. And so for those of the public, for those who are attending remotely, please ensure that you're in a quiet location. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you are watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when you speak. When the message system says your line has been unmuted, this is your turn to speak.
As you know, I've asked that the
if you change your mind and wish to withdraw yourself from the public comment line, press *3 again. You will hear the system say you have lowered your hand. When a phone is not available, you can use your computer web browser. Make sure the participant side panel is showing by clicking on the participant's icon. Make sure the participant's panel is expanded in the side panel by pressing the small arrow indicator in the panel. You should see a list of panelists, followed by a list of attendees. At the bottom of the list of attendees, there's a small button or icon that looks like a hand. Press the icon to raise your hand. The host will unmute you when it is time for you to comment. When you are done with your comment, click the hand icon again to lower your hand. You will have 3 minutes to comment. Public comment. Public comment may also be submitted in writing. It will be shared with the commission after this meeting. as concluded and will be included as part of the official minutes. Written comments should be sent to elections.commission@sfboard.com. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Our work is.
Thank you, Secretary Delgadillo. With that, I'll call the meeting to order. Can you please take roll?
Yes, we work with folks.
President Mogan?
Yes, we work with next.
President Burns?
Here.
Three columns and the exposure plates.
Commissioner Dye?
Here.
Commissioner Jazanik?
Here.
Commissioner Shapiro? Here. Okay, with 5 to 10.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we rescheduled this meeting. We're very excited to welcome our new commissioner, Commissioner Shapiro. Commissioner Shapiro, do you want to give a little bit of an introduction?
I'm Robin Shapiro. I am an assistant. I am currently a master's candidate at UC Berkeley Goldman School of Public Policy. And
Hi,
you
I
can hear me.
just wanted to say you continue
I'll
to
talk
be
into this.
incomprehensible.
I am a
and so-
San Francisco resident. I live in the Mission District 9. I am a current graduate candidate at UC Berkeley, Goldman School of Public Policy, where I'm studying democracy and voting. I have about 10 years in the private sector working in technology and pivoted in the 2020 into work on
I didn't know if you want to work specifics around that, but
protection
your mic is
in
going off.
Maricopa County temporarily. So I am really excited to get started
There's some
and
other
work with these phenomenal commissioners.
Thank you. We're so excited to have you. Okay, we'll move on to the third agenda item, general public comment. Public comment on any issue within the Election Commission's general jurisdiction that is not covered by another item on this agenda.
Councilor, what's the end of the queue for agenda item number 5? So, it's on watching television.
Remotely?
Was there all unattended lines, Mr. Atkins, we reached the end of the queue for agenda item number 5?
We're telling you they can't use it. People are sitting up.
Apologize, one other person has just.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to them, please.
Yes.
Secretary Delgadillo, before we start, I think we're getting feedback from folks on the phone that they're not able to hear the meeting well, and that they're getting,
To the mics?
okay,
And no video.
okay.
I'm getting
I think,
test.
are they,
Well, can you double check that people are muted on the phone, that no one's,
Everyone is muted on the
everyone-
I think there's also some feedback from the other meetings in the building.
I can hear it too.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to do our best. Let us know if there's an issue going forward.
Servicing one, but there's no video.
Apparently, there's no video on the WebEx.
On the WebEx?
I think that's what the feedback we're getting from members of the public.
Skip public comment on agenda item number 5.
I think
I'm not in practice session. I'm recording.
I see. So it looks like the WebEx is not getting the feed from this room.
Do we have last comments on this agenda item?
I apologize. We're having some technical difficulties as we navigate returning to in-person meetings. We're trying to get them sorted.
I don't think so.
So just give us a few minutes here.
So was I seeing that? Shapiro.
That's fair.
And
Is that Chris?
sure. That's right, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 2 is the not queue item on tonight's agenda.
For free. That's what Martha's doing.
I'm excited, so I'm getting a lot of sound here. Joe, if you could, take a look at which line that is included. Agenda item number 2 is a marquee item of today's agenda. Members of the task force shall discuss regionalizations of the maps developed and submitted by Q2 Data and Research of the
Thank
task
you.
force's direction. For the instructions, the amendment task force may also.
By way of update, we hear help is on the way.
Mr. Chairman.
Bear with us.
Action and action item and we'll take a public comment.
Just a reminder for the folks in the room, this is the San Francisco Elections Commission. If you're here to speak for the redistricting task force, it's another room. Okay, great. Thank you.
Logical issues. Understand, but I do know that there were some telephone issues.
Thank you.
This morning as well, that those telephone lines were not functioning properly, so maybe those things are related. Should work. I'm gonna try up my hardest. Such a let's call. Joe, and if you to share the presentation that we have from the case only, that would be really. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that presentation, thanks. So first, I want to thank the members of like for the continued participation in this process. We are in the final stretch. And there's a lot of components that somehow in the first thing to the for the here today. Both side mapping item, show presentation with slide please. See next. So let us redistricting. San Francisco has 11 supervisory districts. Redistricting is the process of adjusting existing boundaries to be complied with all redistricting criteria. Thank you. It's 10 years after the release of the December census data, most balance these elections of the districts. Next slide, please. So what are the redistricting criteria? For compliance with the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, the federal regulation, purpose, preservation of recognized neighborhoods and communities of interest, which show cultural and economic interests.
Oh,
Interests,
you wouldn't mind.
Gives me, yes, but,
so the concentrate of social, cultural, and economic interests.
try to join the WebEx,
So the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution requires that the districts be of roughly equal population of 1% of municipal protection plans. So variations between the districts are allowed to keep community experience.
Don't to my computer.
There's also 1% of the mean in San Francisco, that's around 800 people.
Sit really close.
Also 5% of the votes did. The limit is 5% of the mean or 4,000 people. District map is compliant with the Federal Voting Rights Act. We are to protect the voting rights of racial and language minorities. Slide, please. So the current situation, if you take the 2020 census and divide San Francisco's population in
Marcus.
79,545. And our job is to get all the districts to as close to this number as possible. To meet the U.S. Constitution requirements. And so the chart you see before you is the current district. The current districts.
it doesn't really.
Something numbers, as you can see, District 6 is plus 30% over the region. District 1.
Hi, folks. Apologies again. We're still waiting to solve the technical issues.
The median post is 5%. It was a notice in three of them on the west side, 6 and 10 further, and the other on the east side. Rankings. So districts should be contiguous, meaning all parts of the the district.
That-
Areas
that-
separated by the south and the south. No residential service and not considered contiguous. One.
That,
must
they
be
just said
able
they can hear me very faintly because another district.
district to another, any other.
Where are the microphones for the WebEx?
Proximity to those areas. We consider contiguous. Areas that meet the adjoining corners are not contiguous. District should be compact, meaning it does not bypass nearby areas of population and favor of more distinct population. Next slide, please.
Oh, the hero.
What are the next steps as we head towards our deadline? Through an iterative mapping process, the task force will create the draft maps of the official final district map. Exercise our legal responsibilities in creating this map. Areas must be changed in order to be legally compliant.
Yeah, so
Each.
So do you want to do the higher one?
Districts. The task force needs to count between these two operations, assigned tasks. And so we ask the public's help
Go to the call number.
bring ideas and solutions to the table. And.
Yeah.
Comments about this, and I want to, and I think there's.
I guess what's weird is, I guess you could just, members of the public have to type in an
Thursday,
email
April
address.
14th at 11:59 p.m. It's not something we can change, that is in the city charter. So we have to adopt on that.
If you don't have WebEx, do you have WebEx app installed in this computer?
And we have.
You can use the browser. Just
Yeah.
click below the join now, it's
So that is this coming Saturday.
Everything's working.
Question?
Everything's working on our end.
Thank you very much.
Then if we restart our.
We have another.
Okay, great. Whoever is the IT guy.
Closer?
John.
Okay, don't want to distort.
No, that's it.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Tonight we will start with the line drawing first, and then we will have public comment.
All right,
Did you want to say something? Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper, Member Cooper.
The biggest important issue sort of talks about.
audio through the WebEx. See that when we have the microphone.
They're online, they're human.
Are there like microphones?
Okay, so.
Okay.
What behind happened the other day, but yeah, we want to hear.
I've read some. They're
Yeah.
all online or all.
We can start scrolling.
Thank you, Mrs. I'd like to make a little statement before we. And I just want to reiterate.
So now you have to click join.
And that is, you will not just final map.
What's your time?
That's gonna be the map we're gonna put. We have to. It's usually.
I think it's really neat.
We are about to make it.
So say,
Yeah. I get to this section of.
logging in, if you can, WebEx is always turning on there. And now it seems like doing two
Clarification for the BCA that it takes.
loading the system.
But. At the end of the day, I'm not 3 days people, and it's fine. So I want people to. Here are we. People are getting very, very anxious. And they're saying things that aren't true. We haven't made a decision. For I said that night at 3:30 in the morning, I was going to how difficult our job is. We're gonna go and try another way. We need people to say, don't do this, and say, and try to help us get there, because we but we have a very difficult job. And we're doing our best. And no math finals. It's a concept. The math will be as a starting point to see if there's another way we can get it. So we appreciate your support. We need your help to be not your and we really look to you to help us with this. So with that, I think recognize what it is. Actually, the chair item,
I'm not sure I just grabbed it from both. I had to drive up from Santa Clara for this meeting.
It's both, right? Yeah.
It's weird because Lucy's on it and visible, so it seems like it's a connection between the technology in here and WebEx. Yeah.
Take 30 minutes. So we can hear about.
No way to locally mute.
My eyes are so dry.
No, don't worry.
I stare at a screen all day. My eyes
Totally
are
understand.
so dry.
Totally understand.
I am not crying. We might yet. We might be later. Yeah. Maybe in 4 hours. We're still here. Oh, man.
Usually they have a button.
Sometimes we want to take some 5-10 minute recess.
Can we do that? So this is going to take some time, so we suggest a 5-10 minute recess. Can we do that? Okay. Hi, everyone. I think we understand it's going to take a few minutes to get this up and running, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess now, and hopefully things will be fixed when we return. Thank you.
Thank you.
District 6.
So this change would make District 6.01% deviation and District 5 1.09% deviation. This boundary here is unfit.
Objections to this change? How about bringing the synergy for the pre-roll? Okay, so you're saying to Which parts are you? Saying should be added to District 6? District 6 would be. So you're saying south of Folsom, District 10 being? Yeah. We can start with that. That's fine.
Changes, moving areas down. Fifth and Folsom from into District 6. District 6 would be negative 3.02% deviation. District 5 would be 4.12%.
Do we have consensus on this change to make District 5 compliant? Is there something?
Oh, now it's fine.
Now it's fine. The ADA did it.
I said they changed it to wireless too.
Okay, we're good. All right. Welcome back. Are we recording?
We are recording.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're now returning from our recess. In the meantime, Commissioner Jung has joined.
What we want to look at is.
And we're moving on to item 3 on the agenda, general public comment. Oh, okay. Before we do that, let me just give an update on the technical difficulties we're having. So for those of you on the WebEx, we understand you're not going to have video, and the sound, unfortunately, is transmitting both this meeting and another meeting on this floor. Unfortunately, we can't fix that. We're going to do our best to speak as close to the microphones as possible, but we apologize in advance if those of you attending remotely have issues with sound. Okay. So now moving on to general public comment, agenda item number 3, public comment on any issue within the Election Commission's general jurisdiction that is not covered by another item on this agenda. I think we'll start with those members of the public that are in the room and have been patiently waiting, and then we'll move from there to those on the WebEx.
So the first commenter,
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tess Wellborn, and I have been participating in the redistricting process, or at least I had the impression I was. I live in District 5. I have major concerns about the integrity of your appointees and their behavior, and you will hear more details about that. I would say that, for example, being parochial for a moment, they voted on Saturday 8-1 to move forward with map 4D, D for Democrat or democracy. And then at 3 a.m., they took a revote and went in a U-turn direction when nobody else was around. This is very concerning, especially because so many of the people who testified from various communities, renters, low-income people of color, working class people who have difficulty getting to the phone or the city hall or to the web. We know it's a problem for a good part of San Francisco. About a tenth of San Francisco or more has difficulty getting access to online at home, and the libraries close at 8 p.m. So even if you're able to use it that way. Okay. Well, one of the things I did was I pleaded in early March to have a live meeting of the task force in District 10. And the chair also agreed with me, but the task force just sat there mute. Another example is District 5. So when the task force picked map 4D. It called for keeping the Tenderloin and Central Soma together, of which there had been hundreds of testimonies. And we know that D6 has to let 30,000 residents move into other districts. Well, you would think then that the task force would start working on D6. Instead, when they switched over to map 4B, as in Barry, they started working on District 5. And District 5's population hasn't changed, and cut up District 5 into 5 pieces. Now, again, if I was going to pick a district that would be cut up into 5 pieces, it would be District 6 because of the 30,000 people. So I'm very concerned about the people you have appointed to serve on the task force, and I think you should take a serious look at them and consider taking at least counseling of them, look at their record, counseling of them, and perhaps removing them. This is a very serious matter. They're not representing people of color,
You have 9 seconds.
working communities, seniors, people on low incomes, and all of the diverse ethnic communities that we have in San Francisco. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John DeCastro. I'm from District 10. I've been a 43-year resident of Potrero Hill. I participated in the last 2 redistricting processes, and this one is very unique. I have major concerns, just like the previous speaker, about the integrity of your appointments. They seem to be making up as they go along rather than following the rules. I mean, Saturday 4D, as in Democrat, was the map of choice. All of a sudden, Monday night at 3 a.m., it became 4 Baker or Boo. And they're supposed to use rules. I do not believe that all of your appointees are following the rules that are in the charter. I urge you to schedule a special meeting. The draft maps created so far by the redistricting task force fail to adequately reflect the input of communities of interest, particularly those of most vulnerable and least represented in the city. All of a sudden, Potrero got swapped for Portola. And all of a sudden, we're in District 6 with Mission Bay and Soma. And we have been in D10 since I was involved in setting the first lines. And we still can do that with the D10 Unity map with a 4.85%. I'm upset that the map version of 4D, as she mentioned, was the overwhelming choice. And all of a sudden on Monday, they said, well, we're going to talk about 4B. In live mapping, task force members seem to be slicing and dicing. I call upon the Elections Commission to defend our democracy and stop Steve Bannon from drawing our maps and taking action and scheduling a special meeting of the commission as soon as possible to investigate these concerns. And for that matter, I don't think the date April 15th is in the charter anywhere that they have to come up with this redistricting. It could be a couple more weeks to give them time to do their job properly, but you may need to replace some of your commissioners. Thank you very much.
Callers, I'm sorry, commenters, if you can just keep it to the 3 minutes, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Naj Daniels. I am actively trying to participate in the redistricting process. I live in the Potrero Hill neighborhood. This committee and its appointees are not doing a good job with this public process. Community voices are not being heard. The appointees that you have selected should be required to appear at a hearing where you all have public comment to hear the concerns and violations to this process and the harm that is being done to the communities of San Francisco. There is a legal obligation to adhere to the process in place, an obligation to provide a fair process where the public is heard. We allowed civic engagement to run off with a load of money for a contract they did not fulfill. Hence what you see here. We are angry. We want a fair process. We want your appointed seat holders of the task force to be accountable to all of San Francisco voices. We are outraged. I am upset that after voting for MAP version 4D that had wide community support this past Saturday, all 3 of your appointees on the task force voted to reverse their earlier vote at 3 a.m. in the morning and move forward on a map that, by their own admission, reflected the priorities of privileged, wealthy communities. Major decisions that affect our democracy should not be made in the middle of the night without public oversight or transparency. We need a special hearing so that the voices of San Francisco can be heard. I yield my time.
Commissioners, good evening. I'm Casey Rios Asbury. I'm a 40-year resident of San Francisco, and I'm grateful for the access that we have in this city based on our public participation. Like my colleagues, resident planners, people who are looking after the electoral process, I am deeply concerned on the basis of contravening our sunshine laws, respect for our communities of interest that are on file, and massive public comment that then apparently commissioners are responding to in public and then reversing themselves in private. That gives the appearance, we don't know what's in people's minds and hearts except by their actions and their votes. And they were, I'm sure, appointed in good faith. And I'm here tonight, like many of my colleagues, to urge you to reconsider their appointment through the strategies that you have, because the city of San Francisco is going to be put in the limelight for very bad reasons, because we are giving the appearance of outright gerrymandering right in public. And so you have the opportunity to address this, and I, like many of us here tonight, are urging you to take that opportunity and to make sure that we maintain our access, maintain the integrity of our elections, and even the appearance of such. The faith in our elections is really valuable, and we're holding all of you to very high standards here, and we hope that you will be able to help us in our efforts to make sure that our elections are fair. Communities of interest, I'm here also as an environmental advocate. I work in the Tenderloin, I live in the Tenderloin. I'm working across Market Street with my Selma neighbors and my people that, so I'm going to yield the rest of my time. I think you get the gist of where I'm going with this. Sunshine Law.
Good evening. My name is Tucker Stewart, and I'm a resident of D5. I'm here this evening because the Commission's appointees to the redistricting task force have failed to uphold their obligations to the people of San Francisco, ignoring duly elected supervisors, community organizations, and the will of San Franciscans. It is for those reasons that I'm here asking you to call a special meeting and have them removed from the redistricting task force. Gerrymandering, partisan politics, and 3 a.m. map shenanigans has no place in the city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tab Buckner. This is my 3rd round of redistricting. I was involved 10 years ago and 20 years ago, and I've never seen the shenanigans that are taking place right now. We all understand in the 11 districts that a certain degree of tweaking has to take place to make adjustments, but what we've been seeing is total meat axing, butchering of existing districts, which makes no sense at all. During the last 20 years, these districts have included neighborhoods that have been living together for many years harmoniously, and culturally goes much further back than 20 years ago. It looks like traditionally marginalized communities are being ignored. And what's really disturbing is after hundreds and hundreds of testimonies from people, and it looked like they were finally coming around to understanding our point and keeping certain vital communities together, they completely reversed it this past 2 days ago at 3 a.m. These people are under oath. They are sworn to be impartial to anybody, to nobody except the public. They should not be getting texts or calls or meeting secretly with anybody else, taking orders from anybody else. They should be listening specifically to the people. So I strongly urge that this body here investigates and even if need be replaces the 3 people that you have on that committee that have been a part of the shenanigan that I've mentioned. This is core to the values of our democracy. And as we're shocked looking at gerrymandering around the country, look at us right here. This is what's going on, the meat axing happening. There's no logic to it, especially when you hear the public outcry. So please find out what's going on and do what you need to do. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is John McCormick. I was having this conversation this morning with my coworkers. What is the function of this body? What is the function of this body? What is it supposed to do? And we were talking about it, and the idea is that it should be to represent the needs of communities. It should be here, like this body should be here to represent communities that are most marginalized. And when you look at this, you see that that's actually not happening. You see that people are community members from all across San Francisco keep turning out to speak in favor of their communities, and the commissioners that are a part of this council do not hear those voices. And it's evident in the way that they're voting. It's evident in the way that they continue to vote, and it's evident in the way that people continue to turn out to speak for their communities, and they're not hearing it. So then if the function of government, apparently to this commission, is to not represent the needs of communities, what is it? What is the function of this group? What is the function of this body? And the conclusion that we came to, and as the last speaker has said and previous speakers have said, it must be to exert the political will of somebody else. It must be to exert the political power of somebody else, because you're not here to represent the communities. That's not your function. We've established that already through the countless public comments. So what is it? It must be to represent somebody else's power, somebody else's will. And that seems to be evident in the constant comments about gerrymandering. And that should be called out. This commission should be called out, and the commissioners that represent you all should be called out because they're failing at representing community, which is what they should be doing. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ray Spannon. I am a 27-year resident of San Francisco, and I do much of my work in the South Market community for the community. I have serious concerns about your appointees. I have attended these meetings. The overwhelming input of the community is being ignored. They are splitting marginalized communities apart. They are going to suppress a vote, and indeed, it does look like a gerrymander. They voted for 4B in the dark of night, and let me reiterate, democracy dies in the darkness, and it died then, and we need to resurrect it. Please reconsider your appointees, counsel them, hold a special meeting, and if necessary, replace them. Thank you very much.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me okay? My name is Michael Rupe. I'm a longtime San Francisco resident. I'm an old age activist, and I'm part of the LGBTQ community. We are here tonight because we are not being heard. When we showed up to provide public comment, it was overwhelming. We were there to support the unity maps and that kept communities together. In particular, what the interest I expressed is the transgender cultural district is the first one of its kind. The leather cultural district should not be separated. And they agreed. And later that day, they voted 8-1. And then in the middle of the night, as you know by now, through all the other previous comments, they reversed it to a map that obliterates, literally obliterates. And it also obliterates our representatives. And what is concerned to me is that includes people living with HIV. And we had a rally here a couple of weeks ago. We can do that again. We're turning this city's focus back to HIV because our lives of our community matter, and we are not being heard. And so we beg you to call a special meeting, consider, because there's an anomaly here and it begs for your attention. So I ask you and implore to you to please call a special meeting and reconsider your appointments. Thank you very much. I'll yield the balance of my time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Emily Lee. I'm with San Francisco Rising. We're an organization that represents low-income communities of color across San Francisco. And we too have been participating in the redistricting process and have major concerns about the integrity of the appointees. So we know that it's very unusual to examine appointees and to potentially replace them or remove them. But the reason why there's so many of us coming out here tonight is because there's just so much at stake for communities in San Francisco with redistricting that impacts us for the next 10 years. It impacts what resources come to the vulnerable communities that you just heard from. And we really feel like it deserves a special hearing. It deserves a special meeting to be called because, as you can see, there's very serious concerns about the legitimacy and the integrity of the process that your appointees have participated in. And, you know, we agree it's up to your decision. You need to investigate it, and that's what we're asking for, to investigate and really see what have been the remarks made by your appointees. And I just want to say that so far, one of your appointees has actually said, quote, "I resent pulling out the names vulnerable communities to get things moving on a map." And so she's essentially saying that it is not okay to talk about vulnerable communities around equity, and that their charge is not about listening to the needs of the most marginalized in the city. So we really need appointees and all task force members to listen equally to what is being said and honestly to give weight to those communities who have the hardest time accessing public meetings. As you all have seen, not everybody has access to an internet and a computer or can stay up all night and come to City Hall. And so many community members, you've heard over 180 community members came out last Saturday on a Saturday morning to give comment and to urge them to vote for map 4D, which they then did and then reversed. So I think we're asking you to do something that's unusual. We understand that, but this is a very unusual situation that we have, where you have so many people from all the corners, all the districts of San Francisco coming out and saying, there's something wrong with this redistricting process. We need all eyes and attention on it because there's too much to risk for the next 10 years if we do not have a fair and equal process. And also just want to commend the League of Women Voters and the Asian Law Caucus for the letter that they submitted to you all today. I hope that you all had a chance to read it because it really raises from a nonpartisan standpoint that actually they have serious concerns as watchdog groups that are watching them. So thank you so much for your consideration. And we ask you to defend our democracy by scheduling a special meeting of the Elections Commission as soon as possible to investigate these concerns. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sandra Lee Fewer. I am a fourth-generation Chinese-American San Franciscan. I have lived in my district of District 1 since 1959 when I was 2 years old. I want to associate myself with the comments of the previous speakers, but more than that, I want to associate myself with the League of Women Voters and the letter they sent to you today, and I will read from that. The League of Women Voters of San Francisco and the Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus sent a joint letter to the San Francisco Elections Commission expressing our deep concerns that the draft supervisor district maps created so far by the city's redistricting task force fail to adequately reflect the input shared by communities of interest, particularly those made up of the most vulnerable and least represented people in our city. The letter includes recommendations on how the Elections Commission can take action this week to reinforce the duties and obligations of the task force members appointed by the Elections Commission to support a fair and equitable redistricting process. We call upon the Elections Commission to take action and speak to the redistricting task force members who are appointed by the Elections Commission and reinforce to them their duty and obligations to give due weight to public input of historically and systemically marginalized, vulnerable, and disadvantaged communities. We also recommend the Elections Commission call a special meeting as soon as possible regarding these urgent concerns. I have been an active participant in this redistricting democratic process, and I have given testimony even when I didn't have a voice.
And I came here with many of my neighbors, some of them, most of them seniors, most of them vulnerable, these people who are wholly dependent on public services. They have not been heard by your representatives. And it is very clear. At the last meeting, they refused to let one of the people on the redistricting task force to even speak about my district, District 1. This is a vulnerable district made of vulnerable people. They deserve to have their voices heard. We call upon you to protect our democracy here in San Francisco. Thank you.
How you doing, Commissioner? My name is Reverend Charles Graves, and I live in District 5, where Supervisor Dean has been doing a wonderful job over at District 5. I run a Black History pop-up stand right at the corner of Fillmore and O'Farrell. And, you know, I've watched, so I'm heading towards 70 now, and I watched a lot of the changes, you know, with the gentrification and all like that, and displacement of African-American people. And now this is just really over my head. And there's a lot of seniors that's really struggling in District 5, trying to be heard themselves. And, you know, I think it's a shame, and this commission needs to really take a look at this situation. It is dire that we make some changes, and this kind of changes like 3 a.m, doing stuff like this is just really shady. And I believe that, you know, you guys are responsible for this situation. And we know under the eyes of God, you guys will be held responsible. And I think we need to really get it together. All right? That's all I have to say.
Good evening. My name's Angel Adioha. I'm the executive director of Folsom Street, which is a nonprofit that's been in South of Market for 39 years this year. And when I was asked to show up to speak about the redistricting process, I was hopeful that we would be heard and that it would continue the work that we've done organizing with our neighbors for all of these decades. And instead, now our district is being threatened to be split and directly remove those organizing coalitions that we've been working on so long. And just to reiterate what several of the other speakers have said, nothing that is beneficial to those most marginalized in our community happens in the middle of the night by a political body. So we're asking you to reconsider your appointment. We're asking you to call a special meeting to investigate why the vote was changed and why it was done in such a manner, and if necessary, to remove and replace the appointees. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ian James. I live in District 5. I work in District 6. I certainly wasn't planning on speaking at this commission. I'm sure you weren't expecting this many people coming to speak. When I was at the community meetings for community members of the Tenderloin, hearing all of my fellow community members give input on what these maps should look like, I wasn't planning on coming to this meeting. When I called in on Saturday, I wasn't planning on coming then to this meeting. And when I left the call on Saturday, after the vote 8-1 to move forward with map 4D, I certainly wasn't expecting to come to this meeting today. But when I woke up the next morning and heard that there'd been a change in the vote at 3 a.m, I'm going against all of the public comment, an overwhelming amount of the input that I'd heard through the community meetings, through the redistricting task force meetings, against the will of all of that input. I knew that there had to be some kind of higher authority looking into and investigating the actions of the redistricting task force. So that is what I am here asking you to do today. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So going on to the other
Hi, my name's Alex. I work at Folsom Center in I think it's the Tenderloin. I'm sorry, do I have everyone's attention? All right, great. I'm disappointed, and I feel like there's no way that our communities weren't heard. And it doesn't make any sense what happened, and you're losing our trust. And we want to trust you. You have a big responsibility to make sure our vulnerable communities are taken care of, because you're all we have. And please take a look at the 3 people you've appointed and have a special meeting. Just, I want to know, we want to know why at 3 a.m. they would reverse a decision that benefited our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Hi, you all. My name is Ao Fung. I grew up here in the Tenderloin, and I continue to work and provide for this community of mine with the Southeast Asian Development Center. I'm truly disappointed in your neglect to hear us and listen to us. This is an injustice. You are here to represent us, reflect us, and you simply haven't been. Lives, families, communities, generations of efforts. The most vulnerable ones are at stake. Look at all the people here. Hear us. I call upon the Elections Commission to defend our democracy, to call a special meeting. This is simply not democracy. Thank you. I yield my time.
Hi there. My name is Xander Eileen Parker. I currently live in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco. I'm a Bay Area native and a native to this country as well. I'm just really concerned with the lack of consideration that's come for the communities that you're trying to split up here. There's been a lack of consideration for the Black folks that live in this community, for the brown folks that live in this community, for the trans people that live in this community. And I just think there needs to be a reconsideration for the people who are running this redistricting program. When you guys move forward, I want you guys to rethink and do consider these communities that you are displacing. I want you to think about the Black people who are living on the street, the brown people who are living on the street, the trans people who are living on the street, and where you fall into that process and actually helping the people that you say you're trying to help. Okay. Currently, things are not working, and that's why we're all here today, to try and get things fixed. Do something. You have the power, you have the right, and that's why we're all here today, to kind of remind you of that, because clearly you're not listening to your community. I'm looking at the people here, before me, and none of you represent any of the people that live in the communities that are here today. Take a look at who's here, and then just kind of reconsider a little bit. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Curtis Bradford. I am a longtime resident of the Tenderloin and Soma neighborhoods. I live and work in these communities for well over a decade, nearly 2. I don't want to give away my age, but it's been a while. And I am a LGBTQ community leader, and let me just say, our communities are under attack. We know from the Black Lives Matter movement what's been done to the Black communities nationwide. All you got to do is watch the news and don't say gay, and you know that the LGBT community is under attack in this nation, right? We know that the Latino communities are under attack in this nation. We know that our Arabic communities are under attack in this nation. We know all of our communities of color and immigrants. We're all under attack in this nation. Real attack. It's real, right? Our people are at risk. San Francisco is supposed to be a bastion of safety for these communities and our most vulnerable people. And yet here we have our own institutions actively working to divide and break apart communities that rely and depend on each other. The current redistricting that's happening next door here is disgraceful. They've admittedly, even in their own testimony, in open session, admitted that they're violating the Voting Rights Act, yet they persist. They acknowledge in comments from task force members, including the chair, They're breaking the law, yet they're doing it. They're openly continuing to do it. And by the way, you can play that back. It's in the record. They said it themselves. I'm not making that stuff up. Our communities are being under attack right now next door. What they're proposing would break apart our Black communities. It would break apart and disenfranchise our LGBTQ communities. It would break apart and disenfranchise Asian and Latino and Arabic communities that occupy the Tenderloin, Soma. I mean, we depend on each other and our collective voices to have any voice at all. And what they're proposing would literally disenfranchise our people. Voting rights are under attack in the nation. And yet, right here, it's happening right next door. You're the election commission. You have a chance to come in and say, what is going on? Call these people in. Let's have a special hearing. Make them answer some tough questions. Why they're letting this happen right here in our city. We need you to help defend democracy, please. Please, we need your help. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Colleen Rebecca. Until about 9 months ago, I was a San Francisco resident. I was displaced from my rent-controlled apartment in Russian Hill. But I still work in the Tenderloin, and I've been working in and with the people in the Tenderloin for about 20 years. Part of my job is to work with folks that are disenfranchised from the electoral process, and disenfranchised and disrespected in general, because of who they are, because of how much money they make, because of their immigrant status, because of their socioeconomic status, because of the color of their skin. And because of the fact that they live in a neighborhood that San Francisco acts like it's ashamed of, rather than tries to uplift the voices of the people who live there to make it better. We don't expect to get everything we want in a community map, but we do expect to be listened to, respected, and taken seriously. We do expect to have a fair and accessible process that everyone can participate in, regardless of age or their computer access skills or their ability to come in person to City Hall during a pandemic. And we haven't seen that accessible process that's been accessible for the folks of the Tenderloin. It may be accessible for me, even though I don't live in San Francisco anymore, I can still take BART, but I have privilege. People in the Tenderloin don't. It's not the same. That's what equity is. Equity is looking with a different eye to how we can help lift up the people that have been the most silenced. And our redistricting task force hasn't been doing that when our most vulnerable communities, our ignored communities are trying to make their voices heard and aren't being listened to. That's why we're asking for a hearing to really get into the bottom of what's been happening here and expose some of this, that is not right. I'm also concerned about how this demoralizing process for the folks in the Tenderloin that are some of the lowest voter turnout precincts in the entire city is affecting people's willingness to even want to participate in the electoral process at all. They're coming to these meetings, they're trying to send emails, they're trying to call in, they're trying to speak out, they're not being listened to. They feel like, what's the point of voting? No one cares what I have to say anyways. I try to go to the task force, I put my comment in, I come to every meeting, nobody listens. I think that if I was on the Elections Commission, I would feel like this is a big problem. And I hope that you do too, and I hope that you would like to learn more about this, and that you're as concerned as we are about this dampening effect on our democracy. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Lees. I live in District 5 in the Inner Sunset, and I've lived there for 44 years. I am very, very concerned about the 3 members that the Election Commission appointed to the redistricting task force. There's a lot of reasons, and most people have spoken to those. So I won't repeat my what was already said many times, but I really urge you to schedule a special meeting and review what the 3 members of the election that appointed by the Election Commission have done on the redistricting task force. It's tragic. It's tragic what's happened. That in the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, at 2:53 a.m. to be exact, that the redistricting task force would reverse itself from the day before when they voted 8-1. And the three members you appointed were part of that. Let me just also say one thing from a personal experience. I've lived here for many years, but I'm a Southerner. I've watched over the years redistricting, gerrymandering in so many states in the South, and I keep up with that. And I'm looking at what's going on here in San Francisco, and it feels the same exact way. So I urge you to call a special meeting and investigate the role, the members that you appointed to the redistricting task force, what they've done, because something is very, very wrong with the process. Thank you.
Greetings, members of the Elections Committee. My name is Wasim Haj. I am a caseworker with the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. My community, the Arab community, is concentrated mostly in the TL and Soma neighborhoods, and we're one of the largest and fastest growing communities in San Francisco. We're deeply working class and migrant. Because of the way we are impacted by voting policy, language policy, policing, Islamophobia, surveillance, war on our homelands, we have been learned to be very active at all levels of city politics, despite the lack of outreach and language access to our people. I'm here to give public comment on the conduct of the appointees of the Elections Commission in the redistricting process. We in the Arab community are very concerned that the appointees of the Elections Committee have failed tremendously in their charge to be just, nonpartisan representatives of the public interest. They have on several occasions voted against the grain of public comment and community interest, particularly in their last-minute votes against a map of 4D, that would keep poor, Black, brown, and working-class communities in the Tenderloin and Soma together. One task force member, Ditka Rayner, specifically cautioned against the defense of vulnerable communities in the redistricting process. We have urged the members of the task force to take their own process seriously, to seriously consider the dreams and desires of those most impacted communities, especially Black, brown, working class communities, to not twist the maps for special interests outside of the public eye. If not, what is the point of publicly accountable appointees? What's the point of public comment or participating at all? If there are other voices outside of public comment influencing the decision-making, other than the voices of communities impacted by those decisions that we hear in public comment, then it demonstrates a tremendous failure on behalf of the task force members in their charge. This applies especially to the appointees of this Elections Commission. We are urging the Elections Commission to immediately call a special meeting to investigate the integrity of those appointees, those three appointees, and help us make our communities whole. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, Elections Commission. I'm sure you did not expect this to happen this evening. Nonetheless, I appreciate you listening to all of us. My name is Jupiter Peraza. I am a devout San Francisco resident and a trans advocate. I am here before you to urge you to reconsider the integrity of your appointees to the redistricting task force. Although these appointees exceed in qualifications, it is too big of a risk not to consider their bias in this process. Ditka Rayner, she was one of the initial signatories of the Recall Chesabuddin campaign. Kaisel Lee, part of a Democratic club. And Raynell Cooper, of course, a transportation planner with the SFMTA in urban planning. As I mentioned, although these are very qualifying individuals, it's very critical to consider their bias in this process as well. I really do believe that these folks do not represent the interest of vulnerable communities with genuine intent. You're hearing from individuals that are overcome with disappointment and frustration with the body of government, that is supposed to uphold their best interest. Unaddressed disappointment translates to a decrease in civic engagement in political mobilization. We come to you not with biased perceptions of these individuals, but with personal repertoires of countless experiences and conversations that we've had with these appointees. You cannot undermine the politically biased underpinnings of these members. We urge you to reconsider the legitimacy of the decisions made by your appointees. I also urge you to center the voices of marginalized communities in the process to appoint members to the redistricting task force. It is a form of silencing to uplift the voices that are the most privileged. I also urge you to hold a very special hearing to inquire into the integrity of these appointees. Thank you so much, and thank you for hearing us tonight.
2% and 6 would be negative 6.4%. Okay.
Commissioners, thank you for listening to all of us through this evening. My name is Alexander Prestia. I am a resident in the Mission District, and I am a member of the Leathern LGBT Cultural District in the south of Market, specifically on the Arts and Cultural Subcommittee. When I moved to San Francisco 5 years ago, I landed right at Market and Castro, which is the heart of one of our primary gay communities here. And I was astounded and in awe of what I saw and what I experienced, and the openness and the open arms that the community welcomed me in. There was a beacon of light on top of Harvey Milk Plaza that shot up into the sky in celebration of his birthday. And there's an 80-year-old man that I met at one of the bars who had been there for decades, who told me to remember that San Francisco is a port city, and that it is like a giant octopus sea creature, and its arms and its tentacles reach out across the globe. San Francisco is a beacon of light for the leather and for the queer community. And so I joined the LGBTQ Leather Cultural District in order to help see their vision come through, to take that spirit of what we have in our community and what has lasted here for decades, to see the vision into the forthcoming decades of what we have for our communities, for folks who are visiting, for folks who want to move here, for folks who are here and have helped build it. I want to see that legacy continue, and it is crucial that our communities stay together and that our voices be heard. There are not just one community here that has been speaking to you. There has been multiple communities here that have come together in solidarity to say that we should not be broken up. The politics and the gerrymandering that we are seeing in other cities and in other states around the country, we are watching democracy fall apart. This is an opportunity for you all to shine a light and a beacon into the sky to say, in San Francisco, that is not what happens. When we see these late night political shenanigans happening, we will put pause, we will take an appropriate investigation, and we will replace those that are responsible if it is necessary. So I want to thank you for listening to all of us here, and I urge you to take action on this important matter. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Wu. I work with the Soma Pilipinas Filipino Cultural Heritage District. And I, as others have said, I have serious major concerns about the folks that this body appointed to the redistricting task force to actually carry out their charge and follow the charter and do what they're actually there to do in a neutral, nonpartisan way. And asking for the acting president Chappell to and the commission to call special hearing to consider removing any appointee who has been unable to actually carry out the privileges bestowed upon them by this body. And, I had thought that I was participating in the redistricting process. I thought folks giving public input, submitting maps online, realizing that public input wasn't being listened to, and we had to put these maps online to get certain boundaries considered, but then only certain neighborhoods were being considered. And I think that the zigzag process has been extremely confusing, and I think it's become clear at this point that some of the members appointed by this commission do not listen to certain people, even the majority of folks that come out to public comments that represent or are low-income, working class, people of color, renters that represent a certain part of the population that have different needs than other areas of the city. in South of Market, the Filipino community that's been there for hundreds of years getting cut up and gutted in this redistricting process, while neighborhoods that appeared out of thin air, like the East Cut, are being prioritized. And, it's just astonishing the process that this task force is undergoing. Neighborhoods like in District 5 in the Haight, where 57% of District 5 residents are removed in the maps that they are working on, when there's been no need for growth or a need to lose population in that district. So it's becoming clear that the public is not actually involved in this process. We've been cut out. It's been a complete waste of our time. And that there is some other, I don't know if there's a parallel process going on or really what they're following, but it's not the city charter. It's not any laws laid out or anything like the Voting Rights Act. So thanks for listening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gabby Burgos, and I'm here as a resident of the Tenderloin and District 6. I want to appreciate all of y'all taking the time to listen to our comments. Last time I was here was Saturday, and I wore red because it represented the passion that all of the communities throughout the city had done to come together in support of MAP 4D that made at least some sort of compromise in terms of our interests and keeping our voting power together. Today, I'm wearing blue because I am feeling really sad and hopeless about this process. It's difficult to participate in a process that does not hear your voice. Since Saturday, I've actually had the pleasure of having conversations in a small group with the members of the redistricting task force that y'all actually put forth. And seemingly, and into my face, it seems like they had the interests of our community at their heart. And this change to 4B in support of MAP 4D definitely is it feels like a stab in the back to all San Franciscans. And I feel like their behavior, y'all appointed these people. So in a way, they indirectly reflect this commission. So I really urge y'all to put an investigation and also set forth a special committee meeting so that we can at least hold them accountable for their biased opinions, and hopefully get to a point that we can see the districts reflect marginalized communities and their voting power rather than breaking them apart for the sake of keeping more affluent neighborhoods whole, which should not be the case. I think that y'all have the power to steer the direction that the city of San Francisco has been going through for more than 3 decades of displacement and hyperdevelopment. So again, I appreciate y'all's time, and hopefully we can count on y'all's support since clearly we can't count on theirs. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lori Lederman. I'm a 32-year resident of the Inner Sunset in District 5. Am I too close? I have been following this redistricting process very closely, and also I participated 10 years ago. And I am astonished by the difference in the way that this task force is conducting itself in comparison with the way the process was done 10 years ago. Now, I know we had massive population growth that makes it very difficult. However, what I have seen is an incredible 2 times a bait and switch of our most vulnerable communities who have repeatedly come out and spoken passionately about the need to have their communities connected for the purposes of representation and gaining legislated resources, which is really what the redistricting ultimately will determine. So I'm extremely disappointed in what appears to be a severe bias toward the most affluent communities in this city. In District 5, I just noticed they just did something on the mapping process, which responded exactly to what the most conservative neighborhood association in District 5 asked for, while they have completely dismissed all of our other concerns. So, and this seems to be the case across the board, where they're listening to Seacliff residents over the seniors and working class in the Richmond, for example, and that's just one example. I know you've heard a lot from folks in the TL and SOMA who, above all, need to be connected in order to advocate for their communities. I urge you, and I know that you appointed people in absolute good faith, that they would perform their duties in good faith, but it really truly now appears that that is not happening, that there are some communities, the most affluent communities in this city, who have an inside track and are getting everything they have asked for, and the rest of us are completely strung out to dry. Just by way of being a District 5 resident, let me tell you, they are dividing our communities in District 5, our historically connected communities, into 5 different districts. We no longer even have any attachment to Golden Gate Park. That's how much they have decimated our community, which, as was said before, we have met the population targets for growth. We are exactly within a little bit over 1% of where we should be. Thank you very much for your time. I urge you to hold the people you appointed accountable. Thank you.
Well, my name is Don Masumi, and I've had the extremely frustrating experience of attempting to input into the redistricting process. My experience after having attended multiple meetings and making public comment is that this task force has been completely unresponsive to the concerns of the hundreds of people who have taken the time to express their opinions. These are the voices of the communities of interest that will be directly impacted by this process. This leads me to question the entire process, and in particular, the role of the 3 appointees of the Election Commission. There seems to be a deliberate effort to pursue a political agenda that is selectively listening to public comment to lift up the interests of the privileged and the wealthy. I call on this commission to investigate the role of their appointed members and their role in this circumvention of democracy. Many speakers have addressed the irregularities of this task force, and if this commission is to live up to its mandate, then the redistricting process must be paused and the actions of its members must be investigated. Thank you.
So, yeah, a point of information, because I was keeping track of several parts of those notes.
If there are any callers online that would like to comment, please raise your hand now.
Yeah. Okay. So let me make sure that I haven't, I'm sorry.
If there's any callers online, please raise your hand.
This was. In this is election. Oh, I'm guessing.
I do see one caller. I will unmute you now. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Yeah, well, here's what I, so we have recording on, trying to keep my eyes on Jimmy Clark as well.
All
Good evening,
This was.
President Bernholtz and Commissioners of the Department of Elections. My name is Lisa Aubrey. I'm a 40-year resident of San Francisco and a member of the public. I request that you, President Bernholtz, schedule a public hearing for consideration of the removal of your appointees who currently are sitting on the redistricting task force. This is a really drastic thing for me to say, but I have attended 6 of the meetings and listened to hours and hours of process, hours and hours, hundreds and hundreds of public comment. And it's not difficult to keep track, to keep a tally of public comment. And, you know, redistricting, you vote on maps. So you can make columns, map 4A, map 4B, map 4C, map 4D. and you can put little hash marks and see. And there's something very strange going on here, because all across the city of San Francisco, people are participating. Members of the public are coming before the task force to weigh in, to engage, and we are not being heard. The city charter states that these seats on the task force are to be neutral and nonpartisan, and that the committee members are to rely on public comment and actively direct the consultants to make the maps based on public comment. I do understand there are differing opinions. I do understand that all citizens, all residents, all neighbors will have to make small concessions, and that we'll have to go with the majority. So we are asking you to take a pause in this process.
As a Vista community.
Every meeting, we hear about the April 14th midnight deadline, and you know we're like chickens with our heads cut off, where the task force is. When honestly, the process has been polluted. The process has gone off the rails. So I don't know why you're following this now arbitrary deadline. It is hollow and false, because more importantly, you are not, as required by law and the city charter, listening to majority public comment. The process has become toxic, and the task force has lost the public space.
Seriously object to that.
When a nonpartisan, unbiased entity like the League of Women Voters, the little Switzerland of voting, states that they have serious concerns about a process, you have a serious problem. Public testimony is not reflected in the task force votes for maps. That 3 a.m. vote on Monday night while we were all sleeping was completely bizarre. I don't know how that happened. No one does. We're all baffled. So it just appears that there is not a healthy democratic process that includes vigorous outreach to the public, meaning people who are not on computers.
Caller,
people who
your
don't
time has
speak English.
lapsed. You've reached your 3-minute limit.
I would just say we're calling for an investigation of the task force members.
I would like to see an area.
I have another caller on the line. I will unmute you.
An area.
Caller, you have 3 minutes to comment.
Hey, my name is Erica Zweig, and I'm calling from District 4. I think I'm strongly supporting that a special meeting be held to investigate the 3 appointees by the Elections Commission. What happened the other night at 3 a.m. was led by one of your appointees and supported by the other 2, all 3 of them. They all insisted for months not to make maps and to listen to the public, and no maps were drawn, and now we're in this unbelievable squeeze where the appointed members by the Election Commission are leading the moves to ignore what they listened to for the last 3 or 4 months. Hours and hours of people talking, beautiful talking, and organizing happening, and alliances made in communities to work out issues. None of that has been taken into consideration by the Election Commission's appointees. And all of a sudden, just focusing on District 4, and I agree with what I heard about District 5, District 1, and that the wealthy communities are being listened to. And that happens in District 4 as well, in that I don't believe there was one comment to add the wealthy Southern District to District 4, except one of your appointees said, I used to live there and I think it's part of D4. And he just objected right 10 minutes ago to reversing that. He's in the back pocket of somebody, and I want that special meeting. We have the right to question these people, or they need to be questioned very deeply. I think some mistakes have been made, and people have spoken correctly about it. So thank you very much for listening. Please have the special meeting. And by the way, other districts have been late on their maps, and San Francisco can be late on their map too.
I wanted to say something similar.
I'd like to remind callers to use the same icon to lower your hand. That way I can know who has spoken and who has not.
Together as a unit should be thinking about.
Caller, you are unmuted. You have 3 minutes to comment.
As much as we can.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello?
Okay. And
Yes,
My name
we
is,
can.
okay, great. My name is Oliver Saria. I've been working in D6 on 6th and Howard. I've been with the studio. I've been involved there since the late 90s, and I'm a current resident of D9. And what has gone on with this task force is shady, shady, shady. And we need this special meeting, this special hearing. We need to investigate the appointees. And we need to get to the bottom of why this is happening and why the people are being ignored. We worked too long in Selma and in TL to build community, to have you tear it apart in ways that are just baffling. You know, a vote at 3 a.m. I mean, it doesn't get shadier than that. And but yeah, we definitely need to investigate this. We need to investigate this further, and if need be, we need to delay the deadline, the supposed deadline. You know, this isn't the move that you're making. This isn't quieting the dissent. This is just making us even more upset. So, I mean, like I said, we've been working for decades with the TL, and we've been building community. And I mean, we're just not going to let this happen without, you know, putting up a fight and letting our voices be heard. And our voices are being ignored. Hours and hours of testimony are being ignored. And it's unjust. It's not right, and it's undemocratic. And I yield my time.
From the California Constitution, which we have said we were gonna have, we must.
We have in-person commenters who have joined the meeting, and you are welcome to comment for 3 minutes.
That should be in.
And then we'll go back to the online commenters.
Purposes, but it's effective and fair representation.
My name is Patricia Smith, and I live in D5. And I agree with everything that I just heard the other online people say, the people that are calling in. It's out of control over there, and it's tantamount to gerrymandering. I mean, I'm serious. It does not feel that there's any equal treatment going on in there at all. We need to, you need to call a special meeting. You need to regroup, get those people out of there, because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it does seem that they have collaborations with the other people in there and with the people that are not appointed by you. But it's like a disgrace to look at. This is San Francisco. We can do better than that. And other places have delayed. And you need to delay this as well. I beg you to delay this. I can't say you need to. There's nothing I can do to make you do it, but this is what needs to happen. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I've been a resident of Western District for 71 years. And I don't like what's going on right now. And we work in our community. Oh, I'm also a member of the Midtown Park Apartments. And we've gone through enough hell trying to keep ourselves there than to have, now across the street, we're going to be in a different, so across the street, it's not our neighborhood anymore. That's not okay. It's not okay. I'm also a foster parent. I raised 7 children that were not my biological children right there in that Midtown Park Apartments. And I really do resent what's going on over there. And I resent, I just hope you can see your way to call the election, call the special meeting and get that out of there. It's not helping me. I'll just yield.
That is concerned about their ability to have effective and fair representation. But I understand that we don't all agree around that being the purpose of this task force. So I am happy to make that motion.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mary Watkins, and I live in District 5. And I was over there listening to the people, but you really and truly cannot hear them. They got their own little thing right here that you talk to about, but also to those people is out of control. And you have one person on that committee that I know in the Western Addition. He think he represent everybody in the Western Addition. He does not. And so I don't know what you guys can do about that, because really and truly, these people have our lives, our district in their hand. And I don't know how they was appointed or what they was doing, but I know that you can do something about it. And I hope and pray that you do something about it, because those peoples over there got their agenda in hand. They do not have the district people in control. They are not thinking about the district peoples that live in the Western, not only the Western Addition, other people, other districts. We need progress, but we don't need stuff taken away and everything. District 5, I've lived in District 5 for 50-something years. And then all of a sudden, it became very political. And you guys are changing that. They are changing it. I don't know what hand you have in it, but they are changing District 5 for their benefit. Not for the people that live in the Western Addition or the other districts. They got their own agenda, who they want and what they want. But City Hall, you guys have control of what goes on and everything. And you need to do something about it, because the main thing it is, I don't care if you're sitting in this chair or outside. We are humans. We know what we need. We don't need Anna Townsend or who the other people's in there trying to say, oh, I represent these people. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't care if you was appointed by the mayor, or you appointed by you guys, or who. You guys need to take it in control that we have a voice too. We have a voice. So you need to take care of that. And I thank you for the time that you have given us to speak and everything. So thank you. And you have a great evening, and think about what we are talking about and everything. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, online callers, I'm going to start unmuting again. A caller is unmuted. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Good evening. My name is Angelica Cabande, and I'm also calling to echo the major concerns about the integrity of your appointees to the redistricting task force and about the whole process. I work in District 6 with immigrants and the Filipino community across the city. Really concerned that, you know, for the past, since the redistricting started, our Filipino community has been engaged and working and going to the hearings, calling in, sending in our communities of interest, sending emails, letters, and going in person to a lot of all of the hearings that the redistricting task force had been holding, but yet they continue to butcher our community. And if anything, you know, for the Filipino community, we work tirelessly to get the Filipino Cultural Heritage District. We established our cultural district to unite and strengthen historically marginalized communities against the forces of gentrification. And that's why it's so hurtful to see District 6 on the chopping block in this redistricting process, all to the advantage of more affluent neighborhoods. I mean, the way they talk about our communities, like we don't exist in our neighborhood, we don't exist, and we never contributed to our neighborhood. And it's very appalling as well as very disturbing to see this play out publicly. Obviously, there's something going on. To have 184 speakers on Saturday, and majority of them saying that they want to see map version of 4D as in district to move forward, and they voted on that. I believe 8-1 voted for that. And then on Monday, well, more of Tuesday morning at 3 a.m., that whole public process was just ignored and changed. And now we're back to, again, our community seeing they're not being heard, their voices is not being represented, and completely erasing the Filipino community's history and contribution to District 6 and the South Del Market neighborhood. Again, like we never existed, like our voice, our work for the past 400 years doesn't exist there, and that, you know, more affluent neighbors or residents is more important than our own voice. So we really encourage and ask you to please.
Caller, you've hit your
defend
maximum time.
our
I'm going to
democracy.
unmute you now. I'm sorry.
In regards to people making very passionate statements about wanting to be part of the rest of the Richmond.
Next caller, you are unmuted. You have 3 minutes to comment.
But I go shopping.
Hi, I'm calling in because I too, like all the other, I'm Gabe Dobbin, I'm a resident of D5 or what started to be D5, but now thanks to these 3 a.m. maneuvers by the board against the charter amendment or the charter of the city, the district commission is radically changing, you know, our communities and our district, and you really have to take action. If you need to take responsibility and you have the power really to take a stand for a process that's democratic and transparent. And obviously a meeting at 3 a.m. on Tuesday that goes back against what was scheduled or what was agreed upon, thanks to public comment on Saturday, is clearly undemocratic and frankly corrupt. And it's clear that, rich, powerful interests and the mayor are aligned to try to shape the district, give the most power to, corporate and real estate interests, regardless of the communities that have lived in San Francisco for quite some time. And you have the power to really fight, take a stand for democracy, for equality, one person, one vote, and for, public participation. But you have to take that action now. You really have to, take extraordinary measures. And I know people on the board might not have been prepared for this, but the time is now. So I'm calling on you to really step up and, fulfill your public duty, take a stand for democracy and for San Francisco. I know it might be uncomfortable, and I know powerful interests may be aligned against you, but please, you can actually make a difference, and you can make the, the city and the world a better place. Thank you.
To be honest, speculate around secret being added to the rest.
Next caller, you have 3 minutes to comment, and you are unmuted.
Hi, my name is Sana, and I'm with San Francisco Rising. I have been watching the redistricting task force meetings since the very first one in September, and I honestly did start out hopeful. I thought that, San Francisco was going to really model a fair and equitable redistricting process, which was, in my opinion, going to be so refreshing compared to what we've seen in other states. But I have been increasingly appalled, especially in the past week, as I've seen Elections Commission appointees go against community testimony and public input. Just now, while this meeting is happening, I heard one of the Task Force Elections Commission appointees propose to cut up the Japantown Cultural District despite overwhelming community input about this community of interest. It is just becoming increasingly clear that they have their own plan of how the new district map should look, and they're willing to ignore hundreds of San Franciscans' input and tear apart the cultural districts and marginalized neighborhoods in San Francisco to get the map that they want. It has seriously made me wonder what the point has been of doing all this work of educating our community on redistricting, keeping people informed on the process, encouraging them to come out, write in, and submit maps to the task force. This type of behavior breeds apathy around civic engagement, and it's so disheartening to witness this in front of my eyes. The task force is not listening and not meeting their duty to ensure equitable access in this process and truly consider community of interest input. I ask you to please call a special hearing immediately to consider the removal of any appointee who has been unable to live up to their responsibilities on the task force. Our democracy is being threatened, and it is absolutely critical that you act right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I think
Caller, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Hi, my name is Zachary Sexton, and I am a student in this city. I stand with the Tenderloin in every community under threat by the task force. I am a student of history, activism, and politics. Because of this, I know these actions will not be remembered fondly by the next generation, nor by your contemporaries. No beating around the bush. Remove your 3 appointees: Ditka Rayner, Chesa Lee, and Raynell Cooper. The redistricting task force has revealed itself time and time again to be a bastion of elitism and marginalization. We begged them to protect marginalized communities, and they betrayed us, the people. The members you appointed not only stood by while it happened, they aided and abetted. They danced like puppets on a string controlled by unseen forces. Take responsibility, fix it. They purposefully ignored the hundreds of community members standing for MAP 4D for the sake of their own pockets and pride. It is nothing short of abhorrent and shameful. These actions are a blemish on the city of San Francisco. The redistricting task force has flagrantly ignored civil rights and social justice. They do not care about the pain and struggle of the city. They only care about following the closest dollar in political power. They must be held accountable, and they will clearly not respond to the people who need them the most. This is where you come in. Do what you know is right. Remove them. There is nothing more disgraceful than reversing the vote on MAP 4D at 2:53 in the morning. To have officials change the destiny of the city in the secrecy of the night is nothing short of malevolent. Whether you yourselves agree or not, remember this: you represent us, the community, not yourselves, and not your capital, and not your social interests. It is gerrymandering. It's legal. Tell it like it is. Open your eyes and ears and understand. Do not allow them to continue. Remove them as soon as you can, and save what little trust is left between you and the community. Please remove them.
I'm very grateful that we'll be able to implement one of those things.
Next caller, you are unmuted. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Yes, I'm calling because I've been trying to be engaged in the redistricting process, and I have really strong concerns about what's going on, as many of the other callers have mentioned. I took the time to educate myself. I read a lot about the process. I read a lot about communities of interest and tried to understand it all. And then I've attended several of the meetings. On Saturday, I spent about 5 or 6 hours on the phone waiting for a chance to speak for 2 minutes, which I was happy to do, and give my opinion that we should use MAP 4D, which almost several hundred callers supported. And at the end of that meeting, the redistricting task force decided, yes, we'll go with MAP 4D, which made us all feel heard. And some people felt, small tweaks needed to be made, but they were going to generally go with what the opinion was, that was the best map to use as a basis. And then I also, I was so shocked. I just have to say, I was so completely shocked when I woke up on Tuesday morning and I found out what had happened, that they, in the middle of the night, I tried to stay on the meeting on Monday night, but I'm human. I have to sleep, and I couldn't believe it when I heard that what happened. And not only is that not San Francisco, that's not this country. We don't do that kind of thing here. And I'm not pointing fingers at why it happened. I wasn't present at the time, but I think there definitely needs to be an investigation and just some discovery about what's going on, because, this is not the way things should be in San Francisco or even in this country. So thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more caller, actually two more callers. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Lauren Girardin.
Yes, hi. Hi, Martha. This is Lauren Girardin speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of San Francisco. It's been a while since I've come to one of your meetings. I would love to say that it's so nice to see familiar faces, but I guess it's just Lucy's. But everyone else, I want to see you in person someday or online. Thank you so much for all you do to ensure fair, equitable, accessible, and transparent elections in San Francisco. Our elections are some of the best in the country, and it's in no small part due to you. The League of Women Voters, for those who don't know, we are a nonpartisan nonprofit that empowers voters and defends democracy. And the League does not support or oppose candidates or political parties. We were called Switzerland by another commenter for a reason. We got involved in redistricting before the task force even existed by showing up at your meetings and Board of Supervisor meetings and offering recommendations during your appointment process. Our concerns throughout this redistricting process are well documented, and we have additional concerns today. Earlier today, you received a joint letter from the League of Women Voters of San Francisco and Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus expressing our deep concerns about the maps and about the process, and that they fail to adequately reflect the input shared by communities of interest, particularly those made up of the most vulnerable and least represented people in our city. This letter, I hope you've read it, includes recommendations for how the Elections Commission can take action this week to reinforce the duties and obligations of the task force members appointed by the Commission to support a fair and equitable redistricting process for our city. We call upon you to take action and speak to the redistricting task force members who were appointed by you and reinforce to them their duty and obligations to give due weight to the public input of historically and systemically marginalized, vulnerable, and disadvantaged communities. We also recommend the Elections Commission call a special meeting as soon as possible regarding these urgent concerns. Fair, equitable elections can only happen with a fair, equitable district map. And it's better to have a late map than an unfair map. Thank you for your attention and your action.
Yeah, that's hard to say.
Okay, next caller, I'm going to unmute you and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, it's working. It is David Pilpel. So given the tech issues that you experienced earlier, if you could just be sure that each of you, whoever is speaking, unmutes when you're speaking and identify yourself, including members of the commission, because I can't see you, I can't tell who's speaking. So every time, even if it seems silly, if you could just identify yourself, and if everyone can mute themselves when they're not speaking, absolutely. Further, if you could indicate at 0 and 30 minutes past the hour what item you're on, that would help, because this meeting is probably going to last for a bit tonight. If there are any other issues on the tech side, I'll let you know. I think there's less audio bleed from the redistricting meeting. Next to Tess Wellborn, John DeCastro, and others, April 15th. Date is in the charter, section 13.110 D, paragraph 7, although I don't see any explicit consequence if the task force does not act prior to April 15th. Others can opine on that. As an appointee of the Elections Commission to the redistricting task force 10 years ago, you can certainly blame me for my actions and my votes and what I did, but I absolutely tried to do my best. I recognize that there are mistakes that I made, but it was certainly different, and yeah, I'll just put it that way. I tried to listen to what everybody said and do what I could that I thought made sense. And there are people who still don't like all the things that I did, and I recognize that. The only lighthearted comment I can make is, having also served on the city's wastewater committee, I'm frankly more concerned about the city's effluent than the city's affluent. And so there's a little thing there. And finally, very seriously, you might ask the deputy city attorney on this issue or this item or on a later item how to proceed if the commission wants to do something in response to public comment, how you could schedule a special meeting if you chose to, what options you have with regard to your appointees. But that's entirely up to the commission if you choose to respond to public comment and do something about that. Hope that's helpful. Thanks for listening.
0.87%.
We have one more commenter in person here at the meeting. If you'd like to step up. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, and I'm so sorry to Commissioner Shapiro, who I think this is your very first meeting, so congrats, fun times. My name is Sunny Angulo, born and raised in San Francisco, and although I currently work for the city, so this is actually my second redistricting process that I've been pretty engaged in. And the first time, 10 years ago, it was so exciting because a lot of my advocacy and work was really based around ensuring that my constituents had access to in-language, culturally competent outreach materials, education, in-person meetings in the neighborhoods, and at the hours that they would be able to access them and give public comment and give input into this process. And it was actually a great process. Yes, Phil Powell was one of our redistricting task force members. And, you know, I just seeing this very stark difference in this process has been extraordinarily disheartening. Just the level of disdain, not just for the public process and the democratic process, but even for the people that are coming out of their way to come and really want to be a part of this democracy, knowing that they're not going to get everything that they want, and no, we're not just going to, you know, have this perfect situation that's going to work out for everyone. But to be able to give that due weight, to be able to be respected, to be honored for the time that you're putting forward, for the communities that you represent. I mean, it's hard work. I mean, anyone that's ever organized before knows how difficult it is to get consensus on anything. And to be able to see all these organizations that have come through tonight, all of the members of these organizations, working families. I had to give a key to a friend that needed to use our breast pump room because she should be home with her child right now. But no, she's here because this is how important this is to her, you know, this to be engaged in this process and to stand up for the people that we love and care about. And so, you know, to the last comment about what is at stake here and whether or not you have the jurisdiction to be able to take action and whether or not we can have a late map, absolutely. Yes, the charter does say April 15th. There are no penalties or remedies that, you know, no one's going to go to charter jail for not having this map in place. But that being said, everything that is at stake right now, it's not just the next 10 years, but it's also your reputations as an elections commission. It's also our Department of Elections, who have already been through so much in this pandemic. And it's just so extraordinarily important that you really take a look and take this very seriously. And I think that's more than just a speaking to and a sort of, you know, chiding, but I really think what's happening over there right now, like literally is not okay. So thank you for your time tonight.
Okay, online callers, I'm going to unmute one of the calls, and if you can keep it to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Leilani, born and raised in San Francisco.
I'm sorry, Leilani, you've already commented. I apologize.
No, I didn't comment. I did not.
Someone
Hello?
else with your name did. Okay, go ahead.
No, I did not, for sure.
Sorry.
Born and raised in San Francisco, lived in District 5 for more than 20 years, live in District 1, and just listening to so many communities call in tonight and say that they are not being heard, they're being dismissed, is really painful to hear. I'm thinking about the transgender community, the Filipino community, Japantown, African American community, people who, you know, these are our homes. This is our districts, our community. And I think that there needs to be some type of investigation as to how these commissioners came to these maps and who they've been speaking to and were they influenced by anyone, because this is very serious. You're basically splitting districts, taking away resources, placing districts that are marginalized into maybe more wealthier districts where their voices won't be heard. This is very serious. I'm really sad that this happened. I'm sad that they did this at 2:30 in the morning when people should be resting and getting ready for work on Tuesday. That should have never happened. And they should feel some type of way about disenfranchising San Franciscans by doing that. Please take the time, go back. I think many callers have said this is something that does not have to be done by April 15th. And there really needs to be some understanding as to who they've been talking to. There needs to be some transparency here. This is very sad. I'm going to release the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next caller, you're unmuted and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Hi, my name is Michael Pearlstein. I'm a resident of District 7, and I've been actively following the redistricting process. I'm going to be brief and echo all the preceding comments, but I'm calling to ask you to call a special hearing to investigate the conduct of your appointees on the redistricting task force. I don't need to belabor the point, as people far more eloquent than I am have already spoken, like the previous caller, but I wanted to add my voice in support and solidarity with my fellow San Franciscans. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to share.
To discuss that, we already have several motions on the table. I don't think that.
Next caller, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Hello, my name is Imani Cheeks, and as a current San Francisco resident and Bay Area native, I am left in sorrow and disappointment, as democracy has been stripped out of the most vulnerable communities' hands once again. A decision was made to reverse the vote at 3 a.m., with no one there to speak, no one there to hear, and no one there to defend their own community. Everyone was left in sheer disbelief and shock, as the task force chose to uphold affluent communities' needs over the ones who have worked 10 times over just to get the basic necessities to live, who have been here preaching and are now left in despair. I really don't have much to say, as I am requesting you all for a hearing to remove the appointees on your task force who cannot ensure equitable access to the participation in the process. It should be a simple decision after hearing all of these hundreds of voices pleading for you to hear them. And I want to leave you on this note, that if you cannot hear the people now, then why should they ever believe that you will? You are supposed to be for the people, and you should stand with us. You should understand these marginalized communities and not take the little resources that are left with. You are in the position to advocate for the people. And that was really all I have left to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Next caller, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes to comment. Caller, are you there? No. Those are all the comments.
Okay. A sincere thank you on behalf of.
Excuse me. There's still 3 numbers listed in the attendees box on WebEx. There's 3 callers.
Those are persons who did not lower their hands. I can unmute them again. Okay, we can try. It's okay.
Okay.
Caller, if you're a new caller, you have been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Thank you, commissioners. I just want to point out that this is a very difficult decision that these task force members are making. They're constrained by a lot of things, including federal law, local law, state law. It's a difficult decision. They obviously changed their mind on Monday. But the calls for investigations are unbecoming of the callers who think somehow that they have a monopoly on the right to force the decision of these task force members who are constrained by federal, state, city law and many competing interests. I would remind you that the deadline is April 15th, and to not comply with that deadline in a deliberate manner is a complete dereliction of duty to comply with the law as a city official. People will obviously be unhappy with the results. That's what's going to happen. Can't please all the people all the time. But the people who are calling in and calling for investigations because they're not getting their way, uncalled for and not valid. I urge you to act consistent with the law in the April 15 deadline. Thank you.
Next caller, I'm muting you. We have 3 minutes to comment. Caller, are you there? There are no other callers.
Thank you. Lucy, are you seeing more?
I did, but they all just disappeared. So
Okay.
they're gone. They
Thank
were there,
you.
but they're gone.
Great, thank you.
There's somebody there now.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Somebody's returned.
Oh, I see the hand. Okay. You are unmuted, caller. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Hi, just want to thank you for all the work that you're doing as a commission. I just wanted to say something about the deadline. I think they just mentioned in the redistricting task force meeting that there is no repercussion for going past the deadline, the April 5th deadline, and that maybe discussions with city attorney about if there are actually any consequences to pausing or extending this process so that the community can be heard and that a special meeting can take place. I think that would be a good thing to look into. I don't think, as written in the charter, there are any consequences to going past the deadline. Thank you.
Okay, we have no other callers.
Okay, great. This is Commissioner Chappell. I'm acting chair of this meeting. Sincere thank you to all of the members of the public who have attended in person, who have called in, and who have sent us letters via email. To avoid any kind of delay here, we're going to actually jump to agenda item number 12. Oh, okay. So first, apologies, I'm going to close public comment on agenda item number 3, and then move swiftly to agenda item number 12, which is discussion and possible action regarding items for future agendas. First, I'm going to be calling a special meeting as soon as possible, which I understand from my discussions with the Deputy City Attorney is Sunday. So I'm going to ask my commissioners to make themselves available as soon as possible and on Sunday. Commissioner Jung has stepped out for a second. For the ones that are here, I think I have 3 nods and myself. So just sitting at the table right now, we'll have 4, which will be quorum.
No, we need.
And, oh, yep, and Lucy, Commissioner
Yes, I can.
Bernholtz.
I can attend.
Wonderful. Yes, so among the commission, is there a preferable time on Sunday?
Probably morning.
Morning? Anything? I can be flexible. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Just for point of clarification, this is the Deputy City Attorney. We have to post an agenda 72 hours ahead of the meeting. So if you'd like to have a meeting at 10 a.m. on Sunday, that means that an agenda has to be posted by 10 a.m. tomorrow. And that includes an agenda that includes a WebEx link, and also an agenda that includes lost my train of thought. An agenda that also includes a meeting room. So those two things, those two logistical things must be done to post the agenda. So just keep that in mind. So if you want to have a meeting at 11, it pushes it up to tomorrow at 11, and you know, and so on and so forth.
I guess taking guidance from you, Secretary Delgadillo, and DCA Flores, what is realistic as far as what can get done tomorrow by what time?
Oh, I can get the agenda ready. That's not the issue, but if it's on a Sunday, I don't know that we would have access to this room. I don't. I'm gonna ask, but I don't know if it's possible.
So I do believe that we will be allowed to have access at City Hall for a public meeting on Sunday. The other thing that I'd like to point out to the commission is that Sunday is a religious day as well for some people. So just putting that out there. Obviously not to derail if that's the day you want to choose, but maybe, you know, start time. I don't know if people go to church and that kind of thing. And Sunday is a day of church anyways for most people, right? So, but whatever the commission decides to do, whatever time frame you want to hold the meeting on, it just has to be 72 hours so that we can post an agenda. And I think maybe, Martha, you can email as soon as possible to find out where we can hold the meeting.
I'll start on that in the morning and find out what we can do, what we have access to.
Okay. I think if we could push to the afternoon, that probably gives us a little bit more time and accommodates some of the kind of Sunday religious obligations people might have. So if I throw out 3 p.m. on Sunday, is that workable for the commission? No. 1 p.m. Okay.
This is Commissioner Jurdanek. I can attend at any time on Sunday.
Commissioner Shapiro can do 3 p.m. on Sunday.
I'll make myself available. This is Commissioner Dye.
Okay. And Commissioner Bernholz?
Anytime.
Okay. Understood. We'll be okay with quorum. Let's tentatively schedule for 3 p.m. DCA Flores, how specific will the agenda point need to be?
Well, so the agenda item, to comply with the Brown Act, the agenda item has to state with some specificity what action and what discussion you'll be considering on that date. So I imagine that it could go something like discussion and possible action on removal and replacement of Elections Commission appointees to the San Francisco Redistricting Task Force.
Okay.
But it's up to the vice president and the president if you want to retitle that. I think that the title is not important right now. That could be fixed with specificity and to comply with the Brown Act by the deadline if we are going to be doing 3 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay, so that provides some directionality on the purpose of the special meeting. We will finalize that in the meantime and get that posted as soon as possible in advance of a special meeting this Sunday at 3 p.m. Great. We're still on agenda item number 12. So any other future agenda items from the commission?
This is Commissioner Dye. This is related to the agenda item. I'm just wondering, BCA Flores, what our options are. Should the commission take that action, it leaves the redistricting task force without 3 members. So you were saying in the same meeting we would replace them potentially?
The commission under the ordinance creating the task force may replace the elections appointees. You don't have to replace them. That is just an option. But I think that you'd want the agenda to specify all the actions that could be taken, and that's why I added it on there.
Okay.
'Cause you also don't know if the prior people who requested to join or to be an appointee are available, so you don't know if you're going to theoretically have an available appointee to appoint.
Right.
But at a very minimum, if you'd like, and it's stated on the agenda, you could make that call then.
And I think it'll be appropriate during that discussion in the special meeting, kind of actions on the current commissioners, whether they're current task force appointees, any alternates, and timeline. Okay, any other agenda points that we want for our next meeting that are unrelated to the redistricting task force? All right, then I think we can close item number 12. Do we take public comment on agenda items? Okay, apologies. We'll take public comment on item number 12 regarding future agenda items.
Go ahead and step up, please. You have 3 minutes.
I don't need 3 minutes. We just want to say thank you for hearing the public. Thank you for acknowledging all of everyone's comments. And this just means a lot because in the other room, a lot of people are feeling very dispirited and hopeless. And actually, you all are giving us some hope that actually you are listening. You care about the integrity of the redistricting process, as well as your own reputation as the commission. And we are just very excited that you all are deciding to schedule the special meeting on Sunday and taking the time out of your Sundays as well. But we will see you there. Thank you very much.
I don't have enough privilege or nail.
Good evening, commissioners. I want to thank you. I know coming in tonight, you did not expect the number of people that have been here. I want to thank you and appreciate your diligence to the importance of the redistricting task force, your willingness to come in on a Sunday. As someone who works in District 5, what I can say is I've heard from numerous Black churches, numerous community members who are currently redistricted out of their historic neighborhoods. And this is no small feat. I was here on Saturday, and hundreds of people came in on their Saturday and gave public comment, gave public testimony in favor of a map. And that map was rejected, or supported 8-1. And they turned around and rejected that map on Tuesday morning after a meeting that started on Monday. So I want to just thank you. The importance of this is large. And I really appreciate you showing up on Sunday. Thank you all so much for your time. Have a beautiful evening. Take care.
It's really tragic.
And just before we have another comment from the public, I think Commissioner Bernholtz would like to make a comment. Apologies.
No problem. Thank you, Vice President Chappell. Just a quick question on whether or not we will be inviting the members of the redistricting task force to participate. And if so, I'm happy to be as helpful as I can in getting anything together, agenda or emails to those people. I just wanted it's a point of clarification there.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yes, I think we'll invite them to speak. And I appreciate the help. We can touch base in the interim on the agenda item and kind of approach for that meeting.
Thank you. And thank you to the members of the public for showing up. I'm sorry I can't see you all.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that you listened to our concerns. It was very hard for a lot of us to reach this point, and I appreciate the seriousness with which you're considering these concerns. I would also like to suggest, not as an agenda item for the next meeting, but a future agenda item, that you look at possible changes to the legislation around the redistricting process. As far as I know, there is no jurisdiction in which the executive has a say over the legislative function like this, i.e., the president does not replace members of Congress. The governor does not replace legislators in Sacramento. And in fact, in most cities, the mayor or city manager does not replace the legislative branch. So somehow we've gotten out of step. It doesn't necessarily it doesn't make sense to me. I think all those examples suggest that maybe we need another way to structure how the task force is in the future years is put together. Thank you for your consideration.
Caller online, I'm going to unmute you and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. David Pilpel again. Trying to assimilate a lot of information and discussion here very quickly. So I'm actually not clear if it is still 72 hours or only 24 hours in advance to post an agenda for a special meeting. The last city attorney memo that I saw on page 5 of the memo dated September 28th, 2021 says that it's 72 hours before a regular meeting and 24 hours before a special meeting, but there may have been changes under the mayor's various orders and supplements that restored the 72-hour requirement for a special meeting. There hasn't been public written advice from the city attorney since then that I'm aware of. I do agree that if you're doing something on Sunday, that the afternoon is better than the morning in case it is 72 hours, and to address all the work that's going to need to happen overnight and tomorrow morning to get the agenda finalized, the room reservation, the arrangements with building management, the sheriff, media services, all kinds of things. I would also note this commission made appointments to the redistricting task force on June 22nd, 2021. Someone will probably need to review the minutes and possibly the tape of that meeting. There were alternates identified during that process. Sunday's agenda should clearly indicate if the commission will consider removal of one or more of its appointees and or replacement of those removed appointees, and who is in the pool. The applicant received prior to the June appointments, and poll those applicants who are not appointed prior to Sunday to determine if they are currently available and familiar with the redistricting task force proceedings. I mean, this is all kind of extraordinary stuff that's happening very quickly. It's very serious, but there's going to be a lot of due diligence needed tomorrow and subsequent to Sunday if this is really happening here. And absolutely, the three appointees of this commission should be invited to attend and discuss their actions if that's what's motivating the issue here. I'm sure there's a lot more that I could think and say about this, but it's all just happening very quickly. Hope that helps, and I'm certainly available if there's anything further. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel.
Yeah, I have a question, and this is for the Deputy City Attorney. Here's what I'd be curious about as a commission member, which is one, what's what's our authority for taking this action? If this is an action that the commission will take, is this an action that's authorized by the charter? I took a quick look. I see silence on it, so would just be interested in your interpretation. Second, I listened pretty carefully to the comments when my toddler wasn't yelling at me, but what I heard were concerns about decision-making, a lot of concerns about decision-making and whether marginalized communities were properly considered in decision-making. Those are all legitimate concerns. What I didn't hear is allegations of misconduct. And so I suppose what I'd like to know is what's the standard for removal, if there is one, or is this just a political process? People, have their opinions, and the commission exercises its opinion even, less than a week before, this April 15 deadline, such that it is. From the perspective. So that's question 2. Question 3 is from the perspective of the public. One thing that I did hear, my ear picked up a concern about, I don't know what to call it, but a lack of due process. Right? To me, due process is a legal concern. And if there's a failure of due process, that to me is a legal remedy. I suppose it could also be a political remedy, but just curious as to, from the public's perspective, if they feel like a due process was lacking, whether their recourse is to the courts rather than to this appointing commission. Just a question. Fourth question I would have is, what's the, if this commission does choose to take the action of replacement, we took months and months to appoint those 3 members. And it went through another body who advised us. We had comment, we took public comment, and then, this commission took note of that public comment in making those appointments, and that took an extensive amount of time. So for the replacement process, what's the right thing for us to do, right? So this is a question both a legal question and also a procedural question for this commission. What's the right thing to do, right? Are we doing the right thing if we decide, substitute our judgment for their judgment and, replace these members? How are we going to do that in a way that's legitimate and doesn't make things worse? The fifth question is I took a quick look at the city charter. I do see April 15th mentioned there. In fact, I see it mentioned 2 times. There were comments from the public about, well, there's no civil or criminal penalty for not following the charter. I'm not as easy with just not following the law just because there's no articulated civil or criminal penalty. So I would like the city attorney's opinion on that, whether that is a deadline that this commission can, what weight to give that date. And yeah, I guess the last question for this commission, whether I'm here on Sunday or not, and I have childcare duties and I plan to be out of town that day. But is this, are we doing the right thing? Is this the right thing? Or is this the popular thing to do? So that's my question. And I'm more concerned with being right than being popular.
I think that's all very good questions. I think we will discuss all of those at the meeting. I think there's overwhelming public comment that necessitates that we look into all of this. I don't think we're obligated to take any specific action, to your point, but I think we would not be serving our oversight role if we don't at least listen to kind of the constituents and kind of, given the amount of discourse here, I think we have to at least give a forum for that.
Are you, this is Commissioner Dye. I would just add, you said there were not allegations of misconduct. I think that there were insinuations that misconduct may have happened. There was several citations of the Sunshine Law. I do not know if it was actually a problem, if it was just a meeting that went really late. Having been a redistricting commissioner myself, I can tell you that happens. Publicly noticed meetings and they just keep going. And then I think the other, there was another comment about potential violation of the Voting Rights Act. So don't know if it's correct again, but I think there were absolutely some suggestions that there may have been some issues.
So just to answer, this is DCA Lotus. Thank you for your questions. Sorry, Commissioner Young. Okay, I'm not gonna deal. So just to clarify, under ordinance number 9421, which convened the redistricting task force, on page 3 of the ordinance states members of the task force shall serve at the pleasure of their appointing authority and may be removed by their appointing authority at any time. This allows you to remove the members at any time without a finding of misconduct. So you can just remove them because they have black hair or for whatever reason you choose. You do not need to prove misconduct. And then, yes, the charter, there are no extensions of the deadline to adopt a map, and they must do so by April 15.
Yeah, and the reason I was asking about replacement is that I have not been keeping up on the rules. I was not part of the elections commissions when these commissioners were appointed, but I assume it takes at least a majority vote for a map to be passed.
Yes, a majority vote from 9 would be 5. So theoretically, if the elections commission removes 1 or 2 or 3 of their members, of their appointees, the map can still be passed.
Okay, that was the reason I asked. I don't know if we would end up crippling the task force.
Good question.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Shapiro, just about the deadline. Understanding from, this is a loose understanding, so take it with a grain of salt. In terms of the timing of delivery of the census data and the implications that would have on the task force's ability to do its job, would that potentially be a rationale for consideration of the deadline being moved in any way despite it being in the charter?
There are no possible extensions.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Dye. In the case of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, they had to ask the California Supreme Court for an extension, so.
Conversations going on tonight, I would take it up to early and start
Right. Thanks, Ben. On that note, we're returning to what? I'm closing item 12. And now moving to our next item back on the original agenda, which is item number 4. Discussion and possible action on resolution on continuation of remote elections commission meetings. So,
fit with District 1.
And I apologize in advance. I have to read the resolution, so bear with me here. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, as described in the resolution that was provided in the online materials, the agenda packet, and as described in the recitals of that resolution, be it resolved that the Election Commission finds as follows. 1, as described above, the state of California and the city remain in a state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic. At this meeting, the Elections Commission has considered the circumstances of the state of emergency. 2, as described above, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, conducting meetings of this body and its committees in person without allowing certain members of this body to attend remotely would present imminent risk to the health or safety of certain attendees due to COVID-19, and the state of emergency continues to directly impact the ability of those members to meet safely in person. And be it further resolved that for at least the next 30 days, the Elections Commission will hold in-person meetings with some members possibly appearing remotely. If all members of the Elections Commission are unable to attend in person for COVID-related health reasons, then the Elections Commission will hold the meeting remotely without providing an in-person meeting location. If Elections Commission votes to allow it and appropriate spaces available, the Elections Commission subcommittees may hold in-person meetings as well, or alternatively, the subcommittees may hold meetings exclusively by teleconferencing technology and not by any in-person meetings or any other meetings with public access to the places where any policy body member is present for the meeting. All meetings of the Elections Commission and its committees will provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the body and will otherwise occur in a manner that protects the statutory and constitutional rights of parties and the members of the public attending the meeting via teleconferencing. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Elections Commission is directed to place a resolution substantially similar to this resolution on the agenda of a future meeting of the Elections Commission within the next 30 days. If the Elections Commission does not meet within the next 30 days, the Secretary is directed to place a such resolution on the agenda of the next meeting of the Elections Commission. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any comments?
Somebody's computer that's getting emails. You can hear it. You can silence your computers. I did mine. I don't know.
Next bill.
I think it's the timer ding.
No, it stopped. I'm looking at it. It's not that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Public comment on the resolution, motion.
I don't see anyone in attendance and no one, thank you, Lucy. There's no one online either.
All right, can we call the vote, please?
Okay. Commissioner Bernholz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice President Chapel?
Yes.
Commissioner Dye?
Aye.
Commissioner Judonic?
Yes.
Commissioner Jung?
Yes.
And Commissioner Shapiro? Oh.
Has stepped away.
Oh, there she comes. So we just need to ask your vote, for your vote.
It's the vote on the motion to approve the resolution for remote meetings.
Okay, thank you. With six commissioners in affirmative, the motion passes.
To keep our District 3 neighborhoods
Great.
come together.
Okay, closing out item 4 on the agenda and moving to agenda item number 5, approval of minutes of previous meetings, discussion and possible action on the commission's draft meetings of January 19th, 2022 and November 20th, 2019 regular meeting minutes. Any comments from those of us on the commission? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Yeah, okay, we'll take, all right, we will take public comment first on the meeting minutes.
We do have one caller on the line. Caller, I'm going to unmute you. You have 3 minutes to comment.
I'm assuming that you can hear me. It's David Pilpel again. So I think that the November of 2019 minutes are in pretty darn good shape. On page 1, it still has 2 footers, and that can probably be cleaned up. There may be a couple of other things I saw on this last version, comments underlined somewhere. Anyway, the November 19 I think is good enough for all purposes. The January of 2022, however, there's still some stuff on page 3 regarding the vote and rescinding the vote on officers. I'm not sure that section is good enough. It's not particularly clear what the sequence was. The Deputy City Attorney Flores's comment is in there twice or 3 times, and I think it was only said once. Anyway, I would suggest either not adopting the January minutes this time and doing one more cleanup on those, or adopt them with the understanding that the President, Vice President, Commission Secretary, and City Attorney can clean up non-substantive issues as to the January minutes. I think the other actions taken are clear enough. Those are my thoughts. Oh, there's also one other thing, sorry, on item 12 from the January 22 minutes. The introductory line on item 12 indicates that after the closed session, the Commission will vote pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance on what, if anything, will be made public, but there is not such a vote. There was a roll call vote on the motion to go into closed session, and there was a report out. The last paragraph there prior to item 13 with a report from President Bernholz that the Commission decided to report that the action taken, but it does not appear that there was a vote either taken or reported here about whether to disclose or not to disclose. I don't recall, frankly, if there was or wasn't. I'm not sure that I was present at that time, but that might also be something to clarify. It was required, whether it happened or not. Anyway, hope those thoughts are helpful. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel. Yes.
Yeah, I actually agree with Mr. Pilpel on this one. I think particularly since, especially on the action items, I do suggest that we take another close look at the record and make appropriate adjustments, particularly since it also involved our actions to elect our commission officers.
Fair enough. Okay, so I think then we would be pushing January 19th, 2022 to the next meeting, so there can be another round of review and revision. No, I think if I understand it's the 2022 meeting that we have an issue with. It sounds like November 20th, 2019 is generally fine, subject to a few comments that Mr. Pilpel raised. The commission comfortable moving to approve the 2019 minutes, subject to those comments?
So moved.
One large community would serve the
Second.
population, which, as we know, has a large contribution
Okay.
in District 3.
Okay. President Bernholz, how do you vote?
From our business windows, I would
Yes.
watch to this.
Vice
And by the way, the other room audio is back on very loud.
Okay, thank you. We'll remember to speak closely to our microphones again.
Vice President Chapel?
Yes.
Commissioner Dye?
Aye.
Commissioner Jordanik?
Yes.
Commissioner Jung?
Yes.
And Commissioner Shapiro?
Yes.
Okay, with 6 in the affirmative, it passes.
Wonderful. Okay, closing out agenda item number 5 and moving on to.
Thank you so much.
It's fair that the assumption is that I've made a mistake, but agenda item number 6, review of February 15th, 2022 consolidated special municipal election. Okay. Any comments from the commission for Director Arntz?
May I just ask, President Bernholtz, is the audio issue, is that a new thing that just started happening? Or was that going on earlier?
No, it was fine during public comment on the item number 3. It's just gotten bad again in the last few minutes.
I'm wondering if maybe the media people can take a look again while we're going, or?
A lot of the maps that I've seen have divided the LGBTQ community. I know you'll hear a lot tonight about the debates in Soma and the Tenderloin. It's extremely important.
Got it.
I also think it comes as no surprise that
I don't actually hear a lot of disruption in here. It sounds like it's hitting the WebEx more.
spaces in our city, which Cento, the lesbian bathhouse.
Yeah, when I dialed in,
there was even a lesbian craft store, which I learned about
sounded like
recently.
Yeah, I think they said there was something with the SF.gov website that was basically merging the two meetings. Yeah.
LGBT voters that live on Street, live on Guerrero Street, live on Willow Street. As Tyler mentioned,
Apologies to anyone on WebEx for sound quality issues. We'll try our best to speak loudly and clearly in this room.
I think it's just me at this point.
Fair.
So I can make a comment on the February election. So on election day, I went around to probably 5 or 6 precincts just to see how they were set up, something I don't normally do. And I went in the afternoon, and all of the precincts were very quiet, which wasn't really surprising to me. But that's what I did on that day.
Commissioner Dye, I just, happy to see that most people were able to vote, and which is great. I had just a couple of questions. In terms, there were a couple of people that it said that their vote by mail ballot wasn't counted because they had already voted. Is that just, I mean, there weren't very many, but I'm assuming that if someone goes in person to vote and you get a vote by mail ballot, that's the one that's tossed. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would need more information before I can really comment on someone telling you that information and you coming and telling. I would need their names. I would need to look at the records before I can make any comments.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious because, I'm sure that there are rules to prevent people from voting twice. So this was on the vote by mail.
Oh, is your question about the process?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So we do track the voting history through the election cycle. We don't just track it after the election. So as we're receiving the vote by mail ballots, and if people are voting at City Hall at the voting center, then we're assigning voting history to them. So the system, if another ballot comes to us at the voting center or through the mail, then we'll know that person already cast the ballot. And then when we print the rosters that go out to the polling places, we also indicate which voters have already sent the ballot to the department. So if someone goes to a polling place and we don't ask the poll workers to make a decision on their own on these matters. So if someone goes to a polling place and states, I have not voted yet, even though in the roster, the information, we'll allow that person, the voter, to vote a provisional ballot. And that ballot, what the provisional ballot is, the voter regular ballot, it goes to an envelope, they put their information on it, goes back to the department, then we verify the information. We also determine if they voted yet. So there is process around double voting.
Right. And so my question is it standard that if someone has voted in person, either at a vote center or they've, does the first vote is the one that is counted?
First one wins.
Okay,
Right,
first
yeah.
one in counts, and if you send in one in the mail or whatever, then or
Right.
try to go in person, the provisional one would be tossed.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
just clarifying.
Okay.
Looks like Commissioner Bernholtz.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question for Director Arntz. I'm looking at the same report, the vote by mail, which showed 168,000 some odd voters voted by mail. And looking at your report, total turnout was 179,981. Is that about right? 160,000 of 179,000 people voted by mail?
Correct.
Thank you.
Hard Knocks, Home Coffee, and guess what? We only have one grocery store.
Director Arntz, just anecdotally, my experience with the election was that it went really smoothly. So
Good.
thank you again to you and your department. I guess just kind of general question, are the numbers for this election kind of on par with recent elections, kind of as far as voter turnout and challenged versus accepted ballots? Anything kind of remarkable about this particular election?
Well, for the number of provisional ballots that were challenged is very, very low. Usually it's a higher number that are challenged. But part of the reason is because everyone's receiving a ballot in the mail now. And we've changed our process because everyone receives a ballot in the mail, we can change our process. So we stopped the processing of vote by mail ballots the day before election day. And then we send the information out to the polling places who has sent the ballot back to us before election day. So if voters go to a polling place without their vote by mail ballot, then, and the list indicates they have not yet cast the received ballot, then they can vote a regular ballot. They're not issued a vote by mail ballot. And that really helps a lot is for the number of vote by mail ballots. And also if people that, they would show, they have not cast their vote by mail ballot in the past, but if they show up at the polling place, they would still have to vote a provisional ballot because they didn't surrender their vote by mail ballot. But now that everyone receives a ballot in mail and our records indicate they have returned the ballot, if they show up to the polling place without their ballot, they can still vote a regular ballot. So that number's gone down drastically. I think it's like 4% or something if we're challenged. Usually for an election, a low number would be 10%. And then if you get into a multi-ballot type election, it'd go up to 25% could be challenged. So that surprised me. Otherwise, no, I mean, the number of challenges is low as what we expect. The number of conditional voter registrations, there was none challenged. That makes sense. And then the vote by mail ballots, on the vote by mail ballots, we actually set this up to show that our outreach to voters whose ballots were initially held aside for additional review because of a signature miscompare or for whatever reason, just to show the success of that outreach. So I didn't do the percentage before I got here, but 264 votes were validated by the voters that were initially held back for additional review. We email, we call, we send letters to the mail. There was a truncated canvass period for this election. It was 9 days versus 30 days. So usually voters would have more time to remedy situations where, let's say, we couldn't read their signature or what have you. So even with less time to remedy the situation during the canvass period, there's still actually a low number of ballots that were challenged, I think. And then it's still, I think, a fair number that were remedied by the voters. But as far as the election day, I mean, it went pretty smoothly. The in-person voting was light, so there wasn't really a lot of stress on the process. Always in the mornings, always have open the polling place. People plug in stuff wrong. They don't plug in anything, and nothing works. We get those calls. But once we got we got those types of issues resolved, then the day just progressed. It was normally we'd expect. There's nothing that was out of the ordinary. We were done early that night as well, as far as getting everything back to our warehouse from the polling places. So
I think President Bernholtz made this comment last time we looked at an election, but it's always surprising how quickly your team responds when there are these incidents. And when you look at the timestamps, it's pretty impressive.
yeah, thanks. There's a great group of people in the department, and they really put a lot of time and energy into these sorts of issues. And I know other counties, there's more of a challenge potentially to get the information and then get it out to the voters. But our folks put a lot of time into it. They focus on it. In every election, it's a point of emphasis for us to try to get these ballots resolved so we can count them. And we don't just do one review. So a ballot would have to go through 4 separate reviews before we would actually challenge a vote by mail ballot. So.
I had one more question. It's a process question on the signature mismatch. I think it was kind of alluded to in your election plan. I just wanted to clarify that you're comparing against the record of signatures. You take those signatures from the roster?
We do, but we don't for the roster signatures, we don't separate them from the roster and then make a individual image to include to the registration record. But every like the affidavits people send back to us, the vote by mail ballots they send back to us. But we don't do the same thing with the roster signatures.
Yeah, because I was, people will say, oh, I signed up to vote when when I turned 18 and my signature has changed over the years. And I was just wondering, because I know you have multiple people check the signatures, but I was curious, how do you, what's the reference one? Is it the one you signed when you were 18, or are you actually looking at more recent signatures?
So if there's a signature miscompare, we call it, then we'll contact the voter, and depends what sort of contact information we have. If we have just a USPS address, then we would mail a notice. But if we also have a phone number, we'll mail and call. And if we have an email, we'll mail, call, and send an email to indicate there's a signature miscompare. And then we inform the voter how to remedy the signature miscompare, because the initial contact, because there's a rebuttable presumption in the elections code that requires us to assume that the signature is valid. And so when we reach out to the voters, we're trying to get information so that we can validate that signature. So part of the process of reaching out is to inform voters how they can remedy the situation. There's a form. And so if we contact them through the USPS mail, we mail the form. The phone call, then we'll tell them where to get the form. We can mail one out or look for the mail. Email, we can attach the form and we contact the voters. So whatever signature they send back to us on that form, if it compares to what's on the envelope, then we'll accept that ballot. So it doesn't have to be something that's already in our system. Because someone potentially, like we have emergency ballot delivery program. So that's for people that a lot of times are in extended care facilities. Their signatures change from election to election. So we don't penalize them because their signature changed from the last election. We take their signature that they provide to us in the form for that particular election, for that particular ballot that we received, that we initially set aside for additional review for signature miscompare.
So as long as someone sends in the form to cure it and it matches, it's accepted.
Right. And then that form they send back to us, we do clip that signature and then we add that to their record.
And that becomes their signature.
It becomes a signature.
Okay.
And so like, because for instance, when Motor Voter was implemented, people don't have to sign anything anymore. A piece of paper sent back to us. They can actually have look at what the DMV has captured as far as residential address, agreed to it, and then the DMV will attach their signature on that signature pad for the DMV as their official registration signature. But no one signs their signature on those pads the same way they would when they're putting pen to paper. So at the same time, that's still a valid signature. So if people were to sign, and we look for common characteristics too. So even if the signature pad signature is 4, we would still review that if there's a signature miscompare review to see if there's common characteristics in that signature pad signature that we can compare back to the signature on the ballot that's under review. So.
Thank you.
We still got 30 seconds.
So this is Commissioner Jordan, just as a follow-up. So do you have, for some voters, you might have a dozen or 24 signatures on file for them, or do you cap it off at?
Right. Like I've been voting by mail pretty much for, last 20 years. And so there's essentially 20 signatures, some more than that, because there's more than one election per year. Right.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
What I would say is to have a black man as a board president in this city should be.
Okay, I think our potential action here is to, it's not it's approve of, it's approval? Okay.
We'll follow the plan.
Do we?
Yeah. The election.
For item 6.
Or we moved on?
No, no, no. Just probably, do we take an action on the election? We reviewed it.
Don't we need to evaluate for green spirit functionality?
I think that is a.
That the plan, that the election was conducted according to the plan. The plan itself was enabled a free, fair, and functional election. So that would be your action. That would-
Got it. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
The community, the LGBTQ.
Second.
BIPOC community.
Thank you. And public comment.
And time all day and evening to come and voice their opinions and concerns. What we should not be doing is making hasty decisions on the lives and futures of these communities. I implore you to create transparency.
Okay, I do not see any hands raised on members of the public who are joining us online, and there is no one here at the meeting
Okay,
who wants to comment.
great. Can you please take a vote?
Sure. President Bernholz,
Yes.
Vice President Chapel,
Yes.
Commissioner Dye,
Aye.
Commissioner Jordanik,
Yes.
Commissioner Jung,
Yes.
and Commissioner Shapiro.
Yes.
Okay, with 6 of the affirmative, it passes.
Wonderful. So we're closing out item number 6, moving on to item number 7, which is the April 19th, 2022 special general election discussion and possible action regarding the proposed election plan for the April 2022 election.
For this community,
Any comments from the commissioner? Commissioner.
I just have one question, Director Arns. This is Commissioner Jordanik. Can you comment a little bit on the effect of having so many elections close to each other with regard to the recruiting poll workers? Have you been able to retain the same ones from election to election more so?
Well, because, yes, so far. So because February and April, we were able to consolidate the number of polling places. That reduced the number of poll workers we had to recruit. So February, we recruited sufficient number of poll workers. Then April, it's a little over half the city. So we were able to recruit sufficient number of poll workers. And every poll worker in April worked in February, which is a benefit to us. June will be the challenge because June's like, it's summertime for the students. Then just people generally aren't focused on being poll workers in June. But so far so good, right? In November, we don't expect to have recruitment issues, but June will be a challenge for us.
I see. Thank you.
Working people, parents, grandparents, people with many responsibilities and the people who have enough going on in their lives to make it a burden to participate.
Wonderful.
No one is asking you to run.
Yes, President Bernholz.
No one is asking you.
Quick question for Director Arns, whether or not he was able to do in-person poll worker training for the April election, or if you're still doing it all online, and if you'll be able to do it for June.
We do. Right now, everything is still remote. And even for June, we're planning for remote training. We do provide in-person training if people want that experience. And then we still have the equipment from labs where the equipment at the polling places is made available for the poll workers to come and get hands-on experience setting it up, opening and closing the polling places. But right now, I mean, the remote actually has been very popular with the poll workers. And it's really at this point, especially for June, we don't want to put a barrier in front of the poll workers to require them to come to in-person training. As long as the remote sessions are sufficient as far as them having the information and then them actually being able to implement what they've learned at the polling place. But that's why mornings are always a little bit rough, though. It's not why, but mornings are always a little bit rough anyway. I don't know if they're rougher with the in-person training. But even with what we've experienced with September and February, is that once we get the day started, once there's a flow, then there aren't issues. So I'm not
at this moment, I'm not too concerned. It's just as usual, the opening in the mornings that we have to focus on.
Into 5 different districts.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Arms.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
As an Sunset resident, I anticipated losses, but not total dislocation. Map 4B as in bad, that's the unity of the town, Soma.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the election plan?
So move.
A second?
It takes Russian.
A second.
Wonderful. Public comment on the election plan.
I don't see any hands raised, and there isn't anyone in the meeting wanting to comment.
Wonderful. Can you please take the vote, Secretary Delgadillo?
And redeem this process.
I'm sorry. Okay, President Bernholz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice President Chapel?
Yes.
Commissioner Dye?
Aye.
Commissioner Jordanik?
Yes.
Commissioner Jung?
Yes.
Commissioner Shapiro?
Yes.
Okay, with 6 in the affirmative, it passes.
Wonderful. Closing out item number 7 and moving on to agenda item number 8, the director's report. Discussion and possible action on director's report. I'll turn it over to you, Director Arntz.
Okay, thank you. Since this report's been out for, I don't have much more to comment. So I guess the only, the last page, there's a information about a mailer going out to contact people, asking if they want information, election-related information in language other than English. That, we have sent that out. That was sent out the week of March 14th. But as far as everything else in this report from March, I can take questions. I know that in the agenda, I saw that the equity plan was noted as an attachment. That it wasn't, we didn't include for this meeting, we didn't include the equity plan. So it was not included in this meeting as well. So we're not done yet. We'll try to get it done for your next meeting in 2 weeks.
And I apologize, have we provided you with the report that the commission is the progress report the commission is supposed to complete?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know if it's I can't remember if it's the progress report or I'll have to look.
Okay.
I forget I know the commission has to provide something, but I can't remember exactly what information they provide.
Okay. I think we talked about it the last meeting. I'll refresh and President Bernholz, that might be an item for you and I to connect on.
Other than that, I can take questions on the report.
My name is Don Sumi.
I didn't have a question. I just had a comment that I thought the report was, at a useful level of specificity and very informative.
Well, thank you.
This was not my pleasure that I appeared before this task force.
And my observation was that when comparing this report to the election plan, it sounds like the polling places and the poll workers that you needed as kind of outlined in the election plan, sounds like you're on track.
Yeah, everything's all set as far as poll workers and polling places are for this April election. Yeah.
Great.
To give the appearance of a democratic process.
We actually sent through the ballot for June today. That's where we are. So.
Power, working class people of color,
Okay.
and other underserved.
And I think that's it as far as questions. Okay.
Enforced.
We don't usually take an action on the director's report, so. Unless anyone- Great. I will close out. Oh, apologies, public comment.
Do have one caller on the line. Caller, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Thank you. You can hear me, right? I'm the caller. Okay. Yes, this is David Jefferson calling, and I have spoken to the commission before on the subject of internet voting and specifically over the VAAC discussion that you've had in previous meetings. I understand that there was a recent discussion about an internet voting bill that is before the California legislature now, or rather the Senate, I should say, the Senate Elections Committee, a bill that would permit the Secretary of State to certify electronic return of voted ballots for disabled voters. And I just want to remind the commission of your previous position that all forms of this internet voting, and that's what that would be, electronic return of voted ballots, are illegal now in California, and illegal for good reason. And I would hope that the commission and the director and other San Francisco personnel who have any way of influencing the course of this bill in the Senate, or for that matter elsewhere, if it gets to the rest of the if it gets to the assembly, would try to head off this bill. I understand the desires of the disabled voters in California and around the country, and we should be doing everything we can short of introducing internet voting to aid them. But I would hope that the commission would stay the course and continue to oppose any form of internet voting and to oppose SB, I believe it's 1480.
Mr. Jefferson, this is regarding the director's report that you're making a comment?
Well, sort of a follow-up. I believe the director was at a recent meeting in which the subject of this bill came up, and all of the testimony at that time, or the discussion at that time, was in favor of the bill. So I'm trying, and the director was present and said.
Okay, Mr. Jefferson, I'm sorry, but that was not on the report.
Okay, then I'll stop.
Public comment now is regarding the director's report.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment?
Can I just ask,
Nope, I don't see anyone else on the line.
wait,
No other callers are on the line.
Director Ernst, do you know what that was a reference to? Like a meeting or? Oh.
I mean,
So just a reminder that public comment is not an open invitation for question and answer from the public to the commission. You may choose to answer the public's questions, but it is not, you are not obligated to do so.
Well, I guess I would be curious to know if was there, like, what is that a reference to if
right, so I thought this was the last item, number 11. So we had a voting accessibility advisory committee, and then just, 2 weeks ago, and then Disability Rights California requested that the SB 20, I think it's 2480, the same one, just the Glazer bill, this 2480. Is it?
I don't know the.
Well, I think it's the one you have on your agenda.
Yeah.
1480.
1480, okay. So yeah, so as Mr. Jefferson said, 1480 would enable people with disabilities to return ballots electronically when using the remote accessible vote by mail system. So the department had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. It's part of our accessibility advisory committee. I didn't have any comments on the program. And the mayor's office of disability was also a part of the meeting. And so was our fact. I mean, we had 10, 15 people there. And it was acknowledged that that people who have concerns about internet security and voting would also have concerns about this bill. So that's brought up at the meeting. But again, I didn't have any input. I didn't have any comments. It was part of the group that requested to be on the agenda. I'm not advocating for it. I've not contacted anyone about it. So that's, I think, what Mr. Jefferson is alluding to.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no further comments, then I think we can close out item 8 and move on to item 9, the Dominion Voting Systems Contract Extension. Discussion regarding contract and possible action on resolution written by Commissioner Jerzonic. Open it up to the commission.
Okay, so this is an item that we discussed, or started discussing, I think it was at the last meeting. And it's because the Dominion contract is up for renewal, and Director Arntz is going to be presenting a resolution to the Board of Supervisors to renew the contract for either 1 or 2 years. And we had a bunch of public commenters, and during that meeting, we had discussed the idea of passing a resolution basically stating support for renewing just 1 year this year and waiting until next year to renew the second year, because there's no real downside, but it would also give us more flexibility in terms of things like seeing how the open source pilot turns out, and seeing if, and providing an incentive for additional vendors to become certified, because when Dominion bid on the RFP, there was just one bidder. And so I drafted a resolution kind of based on that discussion, and I also included a reference to the newspaper quote. I didn't include the person's name, but just, yeah, actually, I wanted to confirm, do you know, Vice President Chappell, or President Bernholz, if the member from Dominion has responded to the letter? Or?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know, President Bernholz, if you received something directly.
And you would
I have not.
Okay, so I did include a reference to that as well, just as an additional reason. But like I saw there was another document that was attached to the packet, but my understanding is that our role is we can advise the board on how we would recommend or request that they act on a resolution that's presented to them. So basically asking them to just approve the contract that only is for 1 year rather than 2 years this year.
Yeah, I have some comments and questions on that. In substance, I'm not sure that I disagree with your resolution. I can see good reasons for it. I do have kind of like I do have procedural questions. So one is, and I may have missed it, but the first time I saw this resolution is when I checked our website. We have we have a committee, a body, that we created, BOPEC, that to me is a good body to really delve into resolutions. I would suggest in the future, as I've suggested in the past, that if you want to propose a resolution, that you distribute it to the commission beforehand. That I would suggest that you send it to the officers and get their input, and they can decide, the president can decide whether to convene a meeting of BOPEC so that we give it due consideration. It's not the substance that I'm challenging. It's just, giving resolutions due input. I guess last substantive or last procedural question I have is whether you had a chance to confer with our director and get his input before presenting this.
So we had an extensive discussion at the last meeting. I think you weren't there during that meeting, but I know we talked about it with the director quite a bit, and he explained that at the time, at the beginning of the meeting, it was his preference to request an extension of 2 years, but then after the discussion, he said he could, and feel free to jump in, but that he could present both options to the board. And, but I think from what I could tell at that meeting, there was a sentiment that on the board, on our commission, to support going for just 1 year. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I also, on the idea of whether it should go before BOPEC or not, I think at that meeting, I think the commission was sort of going with the idea that the full commission would revisit it. But again, I don't want to speak for anyone else.
Yeah, I think to give Commissioner Jung a little bit of context, It came up as part of the discussion on the budget because there's a line item in the budget for the contract, and it was indicated in that budget that it could be renewed for 1 or 2 years. Wouldn't change the budget line item. So it wasn't appropriate for us to evaluate the contract or take any action at that time. But there was a lot of discussion and public comment, so we did agendize it in this meeting. I think I am excited about the momentum for open source voting, and I appreciate that this resolution and the contract discussion is relevant for that. I think I've provided the charter and some kind of guidance here. This resolution is, in my interpretation, and I've talked to the DCA, not running afoul of the charter. But I think what the charter does indicate is that the commission's role is really not to get involved with contract negotiation. I think when you look at that paired with our bylaws where we're setting general policies, I think contract negotiation is really not our purpose. And I do think there could potentially be some downsides to this particular resolution and action. One being, there is a cost involved with annual contract renewal. There's resourcing and efforts that could be used towards the election process more generally. And two, as of right now, while I again am very excited about open source voting and the momentum we're getting, right now there is only one certified voting system. And my concern is that while I don't disagree with anything necessarily in the resolution, if we put something like this out as a formal message from the commission, it could be viewed or utilized by certain voices that have been speaking about commissions and about election processes in recent history and the narrative that's been going on since 2020 to show that we have doubts about the only system that's available to us right now. And so I wouldn't want to undermine confidence in the system by having something, a formal message like this that could potentially indicate that we have our doubts as a commission. So I think that's kind of my position on it at the moment. I appreciate where it's coming from, but I think it could potentially be outside of the scope of what the commission is intended to do and could have some collateral impact that we haven't really thought about holistically.
A response. So the document, the section of the charter that you attached is about the role of the Board of Supervisors. And it says that it's telling the Board of Supervisors not to interfere with the administration of a department and that they should go through the boards and commissions responsible for that executive officer. So there's another section in the charter where it says the board's role is to approve resolutions for contracts that are above certain amounts. So the resolution that he drafted is just requesting that the board, how it should respond to such a resolution on a contract. It's not, we're not running afoul of this document because we're not the Board of Supervisors, but we can tell the Board of Supervisors how we think they should vote on a certain resolution.
I think I'd maybe ask DCA Flores to speak. We talked about this offline, and I think that, again, I don't think that the resolution runs afoul of this even in substance, but I think that these principles apply to the commission as well. But correct me if I'm wrong, DCA Flores.
Yes.
What is the?
They would theoretically apply to commissions as well. If the board can't do it, then a commission most certainly won't be able to do it as well.
So
reflects that which we've expressed.
Although I do see, Commissioner Jordan explain, I mean, there is a specific reference here to, the respective boards and commissions suggesting that, the San Francisco Charter draws a distinction between the role of the Board of Supervisors and the boards and commissions.
Yes, I think our position, the city attorney's position, is that this resolution is not unlawful.
And
It's not lawful or?
it's not unlawful.
It's not unlawful.
So, yeah, I was just to add some context, because I don't think you were at the last meeting. I think we did establish, as Vice President Chappell said, that it doesn't change the budget. The money's there. This is really about an option of one or two, and just definitively raising our hands and saying we want two now, or saying we want one now. We still have the option to take the additional one later. It's in the budget. That's not changing. So I think this is the way I read the resolution, is just simply expressing the commission's recommendation to take one now. And it doesn't, there's no penalty for we get no additional discount for taking two now, basically.
And if I may, commissioners, I agree with Commissioner Dye. The only line that I would imagine does not go to that is where Director Arntz is being asked to request a certain thing. And I believe that as a department head, he has the discretion to request from the Board of Supervisors whatever his department needs. So while the resolution is not unlawful in requesting that he requests that from the board, I do believe that it may interfere with his discretion to request whatever his department needs are.
Well, if it would make the commission more comfortable, we could strike that resolve clause and just make it about the commission's position and then what we're asking the board to do, and then not asking the director to do anything. But I mean, I feel like this is an issue that is, it's very squarely in our jurisdiction. Like, it's the voting system and it's money that's the department's allocating, and it's related to other policies that we have. And I also think that what we're asking is pretty common sense. It's not something that's out of the ordinary to wait a year before renewing the second year. So I thought it would be worth putting that down on paper if the board is going to be presented with two different options.
This country has seen for centuries what happens when.
So thank you. Good conversation. Appreciate it. So just to provide a time frame, it's not a year, but we can wait for the second year. I'd have to actually introduce it in January. So if the board were to approve 1 year in June of this year, I'd have to go forward and ask for the second year in January of 2023, because it'll take a couple of months for it to go through the board's process. And then if the board were to deny the second year, you have to go out to bid by March of next year. And so by having the 2 years, and also there's no system that's going to be certified in 8 months time. And I can talk more about where I think Voting Works is as far as being certified in the next agenda item. But I'm confident there will not be a system certified that can conduct elections using open source software by January of 2023. And for the department, the voting systems is a really big part of our operation, and having uncertainty around one of the core tenets of what we need to organize and prepare and provide to voters is really unsettling. And if we do go to new voting system, it's not something we can just move into in a month or two. And there's also the operation of removing Dominion systems and equipment from the warehouse and from our department, bringing in another system, and then us getting trained and us getting fresh on the voters. As I said last time too, it really isn't the best plan to change voting systems between a presidential primary election in the presidential general election. And it's not what voters want. They don't want to have a different voting system between elections. So my plan is to go forward with the 2-year request to the board to extend this contract. And it gives, if Voting Works is the group that you have in mind that has the open source system that will come into to the city after Dominion, they'll potentially be ready by the time we go out to bid in 2024.
So again, this resolution does not, and I'm not advocating that we not renew it a second year. It's more about what kind of a message does it send, and also what does it incentivize? Because San Francisco, when we put out the bid, we only had one bidder, which is not, it's not helpful to the city to only have one bidder. But if we postpone renewing for the second year, it creates an environment that's more likely to encourage other vendors, even non-open source vendors, to come forward. But it's not, the intent of this is not to set it up so that we can definitively or even hopefully switch to another vendor for the second year. But it's just to kind of create an environment where to encourage the types of voting systems that our city wants. And then the other thing is, with respect to the quote that the Dominion sales representative made to the reporter, our commission has never done anything about that yet. We wrote a letter to him and he didn't respond. And then if our next action is to write a $4.25 million check to that company with no repercussion, I mean, I think it sends the wrong message to be renewing contracts more quickly than we need to following a statement like that from their sales representative. And again, there's no downside. I mean, we can still renew the second year.
But it's more that we have to do to get ready for the election cycle. So that's my point. So if we have a 2-year stretch of time, then we're not focused on a voting system contract in January of 2023 as we come out of the November 2022 election. Because it has to happen that quickly. We can't, it's not going to be April or May or June of next year that we ask for the second year. It has to be right away because the board does not provide the second year. We have to go out to bid immediately. And it'll take us at least 2 months, 3 months just to go through the bid process. Then there's the contract. And contracts take a long time in the city. So, I understand the desire to penalize Dominion for potentially what the vendor said. I don't know what the vendor said. I wasn't part of that conversation in a newspaper article. At the same time, I understand the want to have more than one vendor that's eligible to respond to an RFP. I understand the desire to move to potentially open source work. I get all that. But extending this contract for an extra year doesn't resolve any of those issues. It just puts more uncertainty on the department because the time frame is for us is much quicker than I think what people have in mind when they think about just, 1 year or 2 years. And we have to run elections between those years too. And we're going into the presidential cycle. Once we go into 2023, we've got the mayoral general, we go right into a February presidential primary, and we go into the presidential general. That's our biggest election cycle. And so ideally, we won't be learning a new voting system as we go into that cycle. And if there was another system that could step in the interim, then it would potentially make sense. But there's nothing that's going to step in 8 months' time. And potentially, there's nothing that's going to step in within a year's time. So maybe if you want to message the city's intent, perhaps this resolution is not the way to do it in relation to the contract. There's another process you can undertake.
It's not the resolution is not the message. It's writing the check to the company. It's foreclosing the opportunity of any other vendor to do business with the city. Not that we're necessarily going to, but it's the message that it sends and the environment that it creates.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe there's another process that the commission can undertake to communicate some sort of penalty or dissatisfaction. But as far as the mechanics of conducting election and contracting and issuing RFPs, the time frame is actually very short around this topic. And then really, I mean, the focus should be the RFP that we have to issue in 2024. And if that RFP needs to include, if there needs to be messaging around what that RFP could include, then that might be a better approach than trying to really put barriers in this contract extension.
Well, so let's boil it down. Like, let's say that the department were to renew the contract for 1 year this year, and then you renewed it a second year next year, maybe starting in January, like you suggested. Would that does not affect any of your timelines, right? I mean, you're still.
Well, everything is going to change potentially for us, everything.
No,
I
but
mean,
you'd still have the voting system for 2 years though, right?
I don't know. I can't say that. And let's, and you know, and I've been in situations before where there's been promises from vendors that they're going to go through certification and they're going to be done and they'll come into San Francisco and then the contracts are held up, you know, or there's disbelief that a vendor is going to carry through what's in a contract, so the contract's held up, and the department's just left hanging. And that's horrible. It's a horrible way to plan for elections because you can't.
The contract is signed though already. The one
Isn't
year.
this just an extension of an existing?
This is an extension, but in the past, we've actually gone through the RFP process, and in the first time it was ranked choice voting, and the advocates for ranked choice voting were concerned that Sequoia ranked choice voting wouldn't be as good as ES&S's ranked choice voting, and so they held so they spoke against they lobbied against the contract for a year's time, and so we were using a system which we knew was inferior to the system that we had won the bid, but we couldn't execute the contract because the board wouldn't approve it because of all the lobbying against Sequoia's, specifically the ranked choice voting aspect. Then the next year was the open source advocates. They stopped the Sequoia contract because Alan Deckert's open source, the grandfather of open source, was going to come in with the system, and so we were left hanging with the voting system that was better than the one that we were being forced to use. We actually had to bring a lawsuit against ES&S because they gave us equipment that wasn't even certified, and that's how we got them out finally. So for the department, it's really important for us to have some certainty around voting systems. I understand the disappointment around not having open source. I understand the dissatisfaction with quotes and newspaper article, but at the same time, this is not just something that is a small matter for the department. This is a voting system is one of the cruxes of what we need to organize and prepare for an election, and not having that uncertainty is not good for us for sure. And just to make a statement.
Well, so at the last meeting that you said you're gonna present the board with 2 options, are you no longer gonna do that?
Yeah, I can't. I have to. So, and I thought I could in the resolution. I thought I could give the board a choice, but I can't. I have to give them. The resolution has to be for a set term. So as the whereas or the be it resolved would have to be for the term of the contract that's been requested by the department. Now, I can say that if the commission votes, they only want a 1-year extension. I can make it known that when I'm at the hearing, the commission only wants a 1 year. But I believe it's better for the city and better for the department to have a 2-year extension, and then we go out to bid in 2024, because I've already said it. There's nothing that's going to be available for open source if we go out to bid in January, or if the second year is improved in January, February of next year, we go out to bid in March. There's not going to be an open source this time. There's not going to be another unless ES&S would be the other potential player, but they don't have ranked choice voting. It's a part of their system. It's separate. HART is their principal headquarters is in Texas, so we can't do business with HART. So it's not Dominion's fault that they actually can't provide their ranked choice voting. It's not Dominion's fault that they got certified in California. It's not Dominion's fault that they were able to be responsive to the RFP in San Francisco. And they did the due diligence. They did the work. They were ready, and they got the bid. So right now there's despite any dissatisfaction with Dominion, that's the best choice for it. And also it's a good system as far. I'll even go a bit further. So the system, this is not a black box. Every election we post the audit logs of the system on our website. There's no doubt how these machines are operating during an election because it's on our website. And then we post the audit marks. We actually post images of the actual ballots cast in San Francisco. And those ballot images have got what's called an audit mark, which indicates how the system interpreted each mark on each ballot card in San Francisco. And you can sort those ballot cards, actual images of the ballot cast, and see how people voted in a precinct, in a district, for a contest. So this is not a black box. It's not open source, but it's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, this is an argument that you're arguing for. I mean, this goes back to the value of open source, and it is the city's policy to support open source. And I know the Dominion system has advantages, but it is something that the city's on record is wanting to move towards.
It doesn't exist.
Even if
That's
Dominion
the
has.
thing. It doesn't exist. We can't move to it.
If I may, in the interest of time, it's already 10. I believe that if the commission would want to take a vote, I think it would be appropriate to do so. It's on the chair to call it, but I'm just pointing out that it is 10 p.m.
Thanks for the time, Chair. So I just want to clarify again, because my understanding was that this is a contract we've already negotiated. This is simply a choice of the renewal term. I understand that your belief that nothing will be ready in January, and you're probably right. But, I guess the question is, how do we preserve the option value that we negotiated in the original contract, which allows us to choose 1 or 2 years with no penalty, essentially? Because if there's nothing in January, is it your concern that the board would not support a second renewal?
I don't know. I mean, with voting system, nothing is easy about voting systems in San Francisco. And nothing has been straightforward. Nothing has followed a schedule that benefited the department. And I just, if as much as I, as a director, can limit.
So I understand. You want to lock it in. You're concerned there's some uncertainty, even though there would be like a presidential election coming up that the board, for whatever reason,
Or it gets
might.
delayed and we don't know, and they sit on it for a while for whatever reason. I've seen that. I've seen it happen for years, literally. And I just don't want to be in that situation again.
So, yeah, so I understand. But I also understand Commissioner Jordanik's desire to try to preserve the option value that presumably we negotiated hard for. I mean, would it make you feel better if, the commission, I can't imagine we wouldn't commit to really push this if January comes along and there's nothing out there, that we would, push the board and provide wholehearted support for a contract extension, because I don't think anyone's saying Dominion is bad. It's obviously been the voting system we've been using. So I don't think that's the issue. I think we're trying to preserve the option value of the contract, and we're trying to be consistent with the stated policy of the city to kind of support, the open source pilot and the possibility that it may be successful in the time frame we need, understanding that it may not be. And, I know it's the next discussion item, but based on the back and forth, I mean, there's certainly questions whether that will happen in time.
See, but for something else to come into play, it has to be certified by the state.
That's right.
And it's
No.
going to take more than 8 months. And so, I mean, if we know this going in, why are we going to not just approve 2 years? If we know now that nothing's going to show up in January, so nothing's going to get into the state and be approved by January. I mean, to me, like, why? I mean, again, if it comes to signaling to Dominion in some way, find a different mechanism than, again, I plan on going forward for 2 years. I'm not, that's, to me, that makes sense. But again, I can communicate that the commission votes otherwise. I can communicate, the commission voted for 1 year and provide the reasons. But I operationally, for the department, I think it's better to go 2 years.
Well, I think the commission would like to speak in its own words and be heard in front of the Board of Supervisors. But at the same time, to me, this falls on the contracting side. I mean, it is a contract, right? And we have a director who we entrust to make operational decisions. And, I don't want to order our director to make an operational decision because I think that would be inappropriate. Having said that, we can state our continuing policy preference, and this is also, this is a preference on policy, except when we get down to the granular detail as to whether we should exercise an option for 1 year versus 2 years. That to me seems to encroach a little bit on our director's role. So, what I would suggest is, the compromise that Commissioner Jordanik suggested in the beginning, which is on page 3 to strike lines 4 and 5, which requests that the director do something, right? Keeping the first resolved and the finally resolved on that page, expressing our clear preference. And then also, by the way, keeping in that, the director says that he doesn't know that this quote was made by Dominion, but there has been no denial of it. And, keeping in that, starting in line 10 on page 2, that statement that we found it disrespectful and inappropriate because it was both of those things, and call in Dominion to this commission, as we've suggested before. So that would be my suggestion and motion, which is to adopt the resolution, but striking lines 4 and 5 on page 3, and permitting the director to exercise his own judgment with respect to what contract extension to recommend.
May I just ask a clarifying question? It sounds like, and I've been listening to all of this, and as a former just member of the public, I read quite a bit. I read the Examiner article. And so I really want to just boil it down to 2 specific things that I'm hearing, which is the element of wanting to penalize Dominion and the element of opening the market to more competitors. Is that a fair assessment of what like the option for more competitors to enter the market?
I would phrase it slightly different. I would say to incentivize more vendors to enter the market. And on the point about penalizing Dominion, again, I would say it's more like not reward them in advance, rather than penalizing. But
thank you for your work.
Understood.
I think I like Commissioner Jung's suggestion, because I think then we are not getting into the muddy waters of the kind of functional downside that Director Arntz has outlined. On a few of the recitals, I guess one of my concerns, and it's on page 2, the first 2 whereas clauses, I know that we are concerned with the pending legal action related to Dominion's ImageCast voting equipment. My concern is if we have a resolution that includes language saying that we are concerned about vulnerabilities that will impact the city, if we do end up having to use these devices, which Director Arntz has said is a very realistic possibility, then we have essentially undermined the process by which the election could very well be conducted. So I think there is a lot of good stuff in here subject to the changes that Commissioner Jung has outlined, but I would also want to take a critical eye to some of the recitals to make sure that we are not sending a message that then puts us in a harmful position for voter confidence after the fact.
I second that perspective. That was my sentiment. And I think while I understand and hear and support a lot of the sentiment that's been shared, I have to express concern about the integrity component and just entrusting the public entrusting the Department of Elections ahead of what is surely to be a very intense period of time across the country.
Thank you. President Bernholtz would like to comment. Apologies, President Bernholtz, I don't have eyes on you.
No problem. I actually very much agree with your proposal, Commissioner Chappell, and I don't see the value of potential messaging through this avenue as having more weight than recognizing and respecting what Director Arntz is very clearly saying the department needs to function. I just don't think it would work that way. And I think there's a very good chance that our effort at messaging could backfire in very significant ways. I think we should take those in a different direction altogether. I think this commission has made it clear that we're aware of the sort of mixed messaging of continuing for 2 years when we're really trying to catalyze a market for open source, but I don't think we're stopping our progress in that direction by simply either significantly rewriting this resolution if we go forward with it, or letting the record stand that we've expressed our difference to the director and moving on.
Can I mean, if it would make the commission comfortable to strike the 2 whereas clauses about the federal court case, I mean, I would be open to that.
And I guess maybe you voted but the reason why you should care.
Yeah, I think Vice President Chapel has a good point, because the point is we don't know, right? It's potential. And so there's a danger of implying that there might be something when we really don't know.
Can I, Director Arntz, what is the timeline for when you're going to be speaking in front of the Board of Supervisors on the contract?
The resolution isn't even drafted yet. I wanted to do around the time that the budget hearings are in June.
Okay.
But there is no set time.
So I guess my proposal for the commission would be that we all go back and look at this, and to Commissioner Jung's point, potentially revisit this in a BOPEC meeting if needed, but to look at it more holistically and come back to it at the next meeting. Because I think it's more of a redraft than just axing some lines. There's references to 1 year, and if we're no longer requesting specifically the 1 year contract renewal, then I think there are more changes that need to be made. And I honestly, at 10 p.m., I'm not sure that we're really in a good place to be doing that. So we can talk about whether this is just appropriate for the next commission meeting or whether we think that it's necessary to be in a BOPEC meeting. But I think my proposal to the commission would be that we revisit this more holistically.
Can you restate what you said about the 1 year? You're not comfortable with the 1 year?
Oh, in a couple of the recitals, we talk about waiting a year before deciding to do this. Waiting a year will also, and if we're no longer pegging our resolution off of a 1 year contract renewal, I think there's.
Well, that was the purpose of it, I thought, was the 1 year contract renewal. I mean, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, I think in light of the fact that we're not going to be requesting that the director do anything, I think there might be other changes that need to happen in the way that the recitals are drafted. I'm just not. It might not be necessary. I'm just frankly not in a good space to be able to say yes or no at the moment.
May I ask another question? Are there other ways other than, like, I'm just curious about this, the Examiner article, and knowing that, you know, President Bernhold, correct me if I said your name incorrectly, like I did read the letter, so it wasn't that it didn't go without action. And so I'm just curious of the necessity of continuing to draw attention to it.
Well, we've never stated publicly that we were, disapprove of what he said. I mean, we told him, but we've never came out with any kind of a public statement. And I think if the Board of Supervisors is going to be signing a contract with a company, it would be good for them to know what that company is saying about the voters of the city. So this is a good vehicle for doing that.
We condemned the statement in a meeting, and we did not decide on a course of action other than inviting him to speak and the letter that President Bernhold sent. So I think that's kind of the status of what happened in the last meeting.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Okay. In the interest of time, I guess, is everyone comfortable with pushing this to the next meeting, revisiting?
The next regular meeting.
Sorry, next regular meeting, yes.
So no BOPEC meeting then?
Do we want a BOPEC meeting? I know that that's within, I don't think it's necessary. I think this has been valuable to have a discussion as the whole commission, so my preference would be to have it in the regular meeting, unless there's a strong sentiment otherwise.
Sorry, VP Chapel, if I may.
Yes, please.
I'm losing my brain. Would the vice president or the president be amenable to working with Commissioner Jordanek on maybe drafting something that would be amenable to the whole commission and then presenting it to the whole commission instead of doing this very publicly at another meeting?
That's a fabulous idea. I can't speak for President Bernholz, who I can see out of the corner of my eye, but I am more than happy to do that. Fabulous. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for that. I guess we have to take public comment.
We do have two callers on the line.
All right.
Okay, caller number one, I'm going to unmute you. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Hello, this is David Schmidt. I'm the California Clean Money Campaign volunteer coordinator for San Francisco. And I just wanted to let everyone know that we gathered over 2,000 signatures for open source elections. And we want to keep the momentum going and have open source elections in the city as quickly as possible. And we have supported Chris Jordanek's resolution, and we can see that there are some controversial parts of it, as we've just heard. And so, we want to, move forward with a resolution next meeting that hopefully everyone can agree on, because we do have a pilot project for open source this year, and we want to be open to at least the possibility of using open source on a larger scale next year. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, you have 3 minutes to comment and you've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Jim Soper from the National Voting Rights Task Force. I was going to make more extensive comments, but given the time, I will just say that I heard somebody say that there's nobody's got anything bad to say about Dominion, and yet in the letter there's reference to the work of Dr. Alex Halderman, a world-renowned security expert from the University of Michigan, and he has looked at the Dominion system closely, and he says there's serious problems, and people are trying to get his report at least published so that officials like the state of Louisiana and hopefully California can look at the report and come up with some kind of judgment of, is this thing really good, or are there serious problems, and what can we do about it? That's all. I know Dr. Haldeman, he's a serious researcher, not a conspiracy theorist. So when he says something, I'll pay attention. Thank you.
We have no more callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will.
Sorry, just raise their hand.
All right.
Sorry. Caller, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign. I'll keep this short, but we did work very closely with the Board of Supervisors President Shamann Walton on the legislation for the pilot program, along with Commissioner Jordanek. This is an incredible opportunity We hope that you can work the details out. I think the comment that the commissioner made about preserving the option value of this contract is very important. It is certainly very possible that there will not be another a certified open source voting system or any other alternative voting system by the time the contract would have to be renewed for a second year, but it doesn't sound like there's any actual cost to doing so, and I'm sure the Board of Supervisors will ensure that there will be a voting system in place no matter what the circumstances. But keeping the option open, I think, is an important part of the city sending the message that that the Elections Commission has pushed so successfully for many, many years, that you want to dramatically encourage the development and certification of an open source system. So as you rework the resolution, I strongly encourage you to keep that key aspect for the one-year contract, to keep that option open. And again, thank you all commissioners for your work and leadership on this important issue. Thank you.
We have no other callers on the line?
Great, thank you. So we'll close out agenda item number 9 on the understanding that myself and potentially President Bernholtz will work with Commissioner Jordanic in the meantime to present a revised resolution at the next general meeting. Okay, and then moving on to agenda item 10, relatedly, open source voting. Discussion and possible action on open source voting, including the pilot submission process. We'll open this up to the commission.
So I was wondering if this is Commissioner Jordanic. Director Ernst, could you provide an update on how things are going with the Secretary of State's office on reviewing the plan?
Certainly. So the Secretary of State's office provided feedback on the application for a new voting system, which was part of the requirement that the information we provide in relation to the pilot program. It also provided, the SOS also provided feedback on the use procedures that were submitted. The feedback that involved me, I have to include some of our procedures into the use procedure. So like the remaking of ballots, for instance, that was a standalone document. I got to incorporate that into use procedures. But then we had a call Monday. So for my part, no problem. And then also I have to be the one submitting the application, not the vendor, even though it's the vendor system. So that's not an issue. So then the vendor requested a call with the SOS last Monday. The SOS scheduled the call. Then the vendor was requesting to provide less information than what the SOS was requesting in its response. I don't remember the specifics. Part was because the vendor was indicating they're not submitting applications for a whole new system. They're just submitting parts of a system for the pilot program. And I think that the state and the vendor more or less agree. I'm sure there's be some more back and forth. At the end, though, the vendor indicated that its system cannot conduct ranked choice elections. And I believe they indicated they cannot incorporate Chinese language audio in their ballot marking device. And so they actually were asking if they could remove that requirement from the pilot program. And then the state indicated, well, you have to, they want to remove the scanner from the pilot program because they can't run the ranked choice. And the audio would be on the ballot marking device. But then the state indicated that the risk limit auditing had to occur because the statute authorizing pilot programs requires risk limit auditing. And so if the scanner were to be removed from the pilot program, then the pilot program wouldn't occur. And the vendor followed up with me in an email and asked me if I was okay with removing the scanner from the pilot program, which of course means we couldn't have risk limit auditing, which means that I would be agreeing to not essentially have a pilot program, which I'm required to do under the ordinance that the board passed and the mayor signed. So I indicated in my response that the scope of the pilot program was indicated in the application provided to the Secretary of State's office, and to let me know if there's any more questions. And I sent that, gosh, I can't remember now, it was maybe Friday. I haven't heard back, and I assumed the vendor would be here today, so I'm kind of surprised they're not. So I don't know where it stands, but as far as my part is, I'll incorporate the procedures into the use procedures. I'm assuming the vendor will get its system prepared, but so far I can't confirm that. But maybe the next meeting they can step forward.
Yeah, so regarding the vendor, the gentleman's name is Matt Rowe, but my understanding is that he was planning to be available for public comment. I know he's in Texas right now, I think. So it's late, it's a late meeting. But was there, and I also heard some information from him, but was there a sticking point around whether the software is allowed to change?
Correct, it cannot change.
So
So,
is that-
so the software that is submitted in the application is static unless the Secretary of State's office approves the change of that software.
So is the Secretary of State confirm that, or are they still
Oh, yeah,
deciding?
it's in their comments in the documents that you.
Okay, so I also I want to share with the commission some of the background on this, because this is kind of it's a technical point, but it's also a very important one. The Secretary of State was supposed to create regulations around the pilot programs back starting in 2013. And so that was 8.5 years ago. And they never did that. In August, the president of the Board of Supervisors, along with the president of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, wrote a letter to the Secretary of State saying, hey, we want to do a pilot. Can you write the regulations? By law, the Secretary of State was supposed to start that process within 30 days and schedule a hearing. And they never did that, and it's been 8 months. So one of the challenges is that because there are no regulations, it's not clear what you need to satisfy when you're submitting your plan. So they're sort of guessing at what's required, and now it sounds like the Secretary of State is making up these regulations on the fly. And because it's not taking place in the context of creating regulations, the public was never allowed to give comment on these. So I can see why it's challenging, because you're hitting for a target that's not really defined. And then also that's the other thing I want to ask you, like, have they said anything about whether they're going to create the regulations? Did that come up in the conversation?
No, we didn't discuss the regulations.
Is that something you can ask them?
I can.
Okay. All right. So what is your confidence level in terms of getting approval from the Secretary of State? Like, do you think it's possible or unlikely or 50-50, or you're not sure?
I'm not developing the system, so I may not know all the information, but right now, from what I understand, the system was not developed to even conduct the pilot program. But that's one concern that I have. And then the state set May 7th as a deadline for the application to be submitted in final form, which would include the system being able to function as stated in the application. And my sense is that right now, maybe it'll change. I don't know. I'm not trying to speak for the vendor. But maybe by May 7th, whatever needs to be done will be done, and the system will be complete.
Okay. All right. Oh, and the last thing I meant to say before is that I think in the plan that was submitted to the Secretary of State, it did say that the vendor was planning to make changes to the software because they wanted to do a cycle of collecting feedback from the users in San Francisco. So that was...
I don't recall that. I mean, the application does indicate that if they need to make changes, they will, but I don't recall there being a process around that.
That might have been in the conversations, but okay. So, all right. Yeah, thanks for your update. I've provided what I know too, but I'm hoping that the Secretary of State can still be open to some of these changes to allow this to proceed, but we'll see.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Dye, just looking at the back and forth in the email, it seemed like every time they handed to a new person, they had more comments. So I get very much the sense that the vendor's trying to kind of hit a target that's ill-defined, and the Secretary of State is like doing a bit of a group as well. So it's a challenge, right? Because I think the vendor is trying to preserve some flexibility, like even things like Lenovo laptop or equivalent, the Secretary of State wanted the exact model number and things like that, and they're trying to freeze it. So,
And isn't it true that one of the requirements that they submit this new application form was they sent that request in a week before the due date, right? On January 30th? One of the emails.
Maybe, yeah, I don't remember the week, but it was, yeah, I don't remember. But it seemed to me there was, I thought there was sufficient time to complete it, but again, it's not, I can't speak for the vendor. I don't know.
So I don't, okay, I just got a text from him. He is available, but I guess during public comment, he can speak if you'd like to add something. But
I think the main thing is just to make sure it's a meaningful pilot. Otherwise, we're jumping through a lot of hoops, and I just want to make sure it's a meaningful pilot.
All right, I guess public comment.
There are no callers on the line? Oh, here we go. We have Matt Rowe. You're being unmuted. You have 3 minutes to comment.
Hey, folks, and I'm happy to turn this into more of a question and answer session if helpful, given the fact that many of the topics that were just raised were more or less directed towards me. I just want to clarify a few things that were mentioned throughout here from my perspective. The first is, one of the last comments that I heard was around the aspect of creating flexibility. That's really kind of the basis of a lot of this, is that we have not been given what I would refer to as sufficient information and guidance from the Secretary of State's office about what's expected from the beginning. And what we are trying to understand is what information needs to be presented now, what information can be presented later, what needs to be developed now, what can be developed later, so on and so forth. And as it relates to the comment Commissioner Jordanek mentioned a moment ago in terms of the aspects of the system itself that would be modified to support this pilot program, that was documented in the October document plans that we discussed during these election commission meetings. And I'm happy to go into that in more detail. Now, in terms of the specific timeline when something needs to be developed, that's actually completely unclear to me at this point. I've seen indications from previous plan submissions from other systems and pilot submissions where there's been conditional certification and conditional approval on the equipment, whether based on its expectation that'd be ready by a certain date, whether or not it's ready by the date of the approval itself. So the May 7th deadline, I have not received any confirmation from the Secretary of State's office that is in fact a deadline on when, for example, the final code needs to be committed. And I would argue that's actually a bad deadline for the purpose of this pilot. I would like to work with the department to go beyond that date to actually get better feedback and further incorporate the features into the system. And just to clarify the outstanding work and development, it does relate to San Francisco's specific ranked choice voting rules that does need to be implemented into our ballot marking device. And we do need to do some additional work that we're working on concurrently to support additional language support as well. The discussion around the tabulation, I'd actually argue is orthogonal to the conversation entirely. What I was referring to when discussing with Director Arntz on that topic was actually the complexity involved and the potentially lack of utility involved in performing tabulation itself, given that VotingWorks would only be able to tabulate the first round contest for our CV tabulation, as we do not have the entire universe of ballots, and it's unclear the extent to which that would be actually useful for ranked choice voting contests. That was not in reference.
You have exceeded the 3 minutes.
Okay. I mean, I feel like this is particularly relevant and I'm happy to continue
I
though, if the
think-
commission would like to hear me.
We'll give you some more time. Thank
If,
you.
if this is the deputy city attorney, if I may, he is essentially an invited guest of the commission and not a public speaker. So the commission may ask him to go over the 3 minutes because he's just an invited speaker.
Yes, please go over your 3 minutes and continue.
Perfect. And as relates to the plan relations to the relationship to what needs to be done going forward, Director Arntz did summarize what was required for on his side to incorporate in the use procedures. On our end, there are two things that the Secretary of State's office is requesting. The first is an updated use procedures document. And as he alluded to, we did find middle ground in the conversation between what is required for a standard voting system to submit. It's basically the entirety of what you'd imagine for a technical data package for voting system certification, and the use procedures that were requested for an open source voting system pilot. VotingWorks is adding additional information to those use procedures. I hope to have that information soon. And then the second aspect of the request was to define a timeline as to when the custom software development for this pilot program to support San Francisco would be completed, and when specific actions like usability testing with the department, getting feedback after them using the system, whether that's after training, so on and so forth, when those milestones will occur. And I'm currently putting that together to submit with the use procedures. However, I do want to clarify that the indication that needed to be completed by a May 7th deadline was not translated to me. I did not get that indication. What I got the indication was that the Secretary of State's office would review when work would be completed and when we would target specific milestones and incorporate that into their analysis of the pilot program of the pilot program's submission and potential approval. So at this point, I do not have an indication on when this work needs to be completed. However, we are still going to respond in depth to all of the Secretary of State's office feedback on the previous documents. So I think that covers, I just took a few notes here on the topics that were discussed. That said, I'm happy to answer any specific questions, but those are the main things that I just wanted to clarify based off what I heard.
I just want to thank Mr. Rowe for all the work you've put into this. I know it's challenging, and Director Arntz, is also you. It seems like a very challenging situation. I think one of the values of this pilot is that we're doing this for the first time, and we're engaging with the bureaucracy at the state level to to try to work out how this pilot can be done for the first time. DCA Flores, I was hoping you could answer one question for me. And that is, what do you do in a situation where the, are you listening or? Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to ask you, in a situation where the Secretary of State is supposed to act, for example, within 30 days of receiving a letter by law, and they don't do that, is there any recourse to that, or you just sort of like ask them again, or what do you do when the Secretary of State doesn't follow the law?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Jordanek. I don't know what law you're specifically referring to, and I would need to further evaluate that question to give you a proper answer.
Okay, well, maybe for the next meeting. It's the law that says that someone who's making an administrative request for regulations to be created, that the within 30 days, the state agency has to either deny the request or schedule a hearing to start that process.
And I appreciate the information. It would be greatly helpful for me if you would provide a citation so that I can research that.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowe, is there anything that our commission can do to help with this process, in your opinion? And I'll ask also ask you that question, Director Ernst.
I mean, there's the aspect of, I think, continuing to get clarity on the regulations process that you mentioned beforehand, and the conversation with DCA just there. The second aspect is potentially, depending on what we hear back from the next round of document review, if we don't seem to have progress on aligning on what is required in terms of documentation and just the general overview of the plan. If they continue to have questions on that, there's potentially a role for the Election Commission, I could see, to provide feedback back to the Secretary of State's office. However, I don't think we're at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rowe, for updating us. Thank you, Director Arntz, for going through what is apparently a very thorny process. And Commissioner Jordanek, thank you for your continued and diligent efforts towards this. If there's no further comments from the public or the commission, we'll move on. Okay. Closing out agenda item 10, moving on to 11. Commissioners' reports. Discussion and possible action on commissioners' reports on topics not covered by another item on this agenda. I will open that up to the commission.
I think we have enough of extracurricular stuff already.
I think we're hitting a wall. Okay. Public comment on this item.
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll close that out. We have already handled number 12, so that just leaves adjournment. Thank you, everyone, for your stamina. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Chapel, and everyone.